Let them read. Seattle. What's up, Seattle? How's the weather? It's cold. It didn't snow again, but we are absolutely covered in 18 fucking huge ass inches of snow, dude. It's like Siberia out here. But how are you guys? Do I always start at the same time? Tentatively, like 9:30, I'm like, oh shit, I should probably stream EST 9:30 p.m. and then it hits, and I'm like, all right, let's do it. Hey, Showbiz Pizza Lover. It's kind of a creepy name, but thank you so much for the $20. Just can't stay for the stream long, but love you, Joel. Thank you, bro. Thank you so much for the 20. That's very kind. Pennsylvania, the Siberia of the West, pretty much. I'm surprised there's any amount of human being that can survive out here besides myself. Fortunately, I've had the training to handle it, being born in this brutal tundra that it is. And Amy, thank you for the 5. My 19-year-old dog passed on Monday. His name was Brody, Beagle German Shepherd mix. I'm sorry to hear that, Amy. Brody lives forever in heaven waiting for you. My friend had a dog named Brody. It was a brown lab. He was a big fat dog. He was funny. Brody's a good name though. Good evening, Joel. Listen to your outer space stories today, among other things. Nice. Oh, that's kind of funny. I was just talking about how that was like one of the most underperforming videos of all time. Like, it's just been like hard stuck where it's at for the longest time. But anyways, what have you guys been up to? Anything cool going on in the world at all? You love my comedic commentary in these live casts. Thanks, dude. Been doing it my whole life. Being a bit of a silly goose. Speaking of space stories, today was the 4th anniversary of the Challenger tragedy. Weird coincidence. That is a bit odd. I wonder if that's why it was being promoted. YouTube's a strange algorithm, but also sometimes just makes a ton of sense. Anything good happening outside the US, please? Yeah, I'm sure. Well, even in just like your individual lives, anything cool going on that's worth mentioning? Also, I was kind of curious, like during the streams, does it feel like my voice kind of goes like too far into the bassiness, almost to the point that it like hurts your ears at all or anything like that? Because I was listening to someone was trying to make like a funny clip compilation of stuff I'd said, and I wasn't sure. I'm like, shit, is that bass up really loud to the point it's gonna like blow out your eardrummies? Gonna release your webcomic soon. That's cool. What's that about? Imagine a character with the courage of Mario, but the tenacity of Shadow the Hedgehog. That's where Bugsley comes in, my OC. He rides a motorcycle and he's got an attitude like a steel Italian grandmother. Dick Snatch, thank you for the 2. Says Joy, I lost something. Can you do witchcraft to help? I don't know any witchcraft, but I feel like some people in here actually are pretty good with strange incantations of sorts. So though I don't advise it, because you could invite in the dark. I saw a cute baby deer with its mom earlier this week. Small things. That's true. I remember going to like a... Man, this was when I was like 23. And on like a long hike with like a crew. And we stumbled across a baby deer that was hidden in some tall grass. We didn't touch it, because I heard maybe the mother doesn't come back, but it was very cute. And Kermit the Frog here with the Bugsby stories incoming. Yeah, it was just some foreshadowing. All future stories will be about Bugsby. This is a Bugsby specific channel with your host, Bugsby's manservant, Joel. Hey, there's Zella. What's up, Zella? Since we're in PA, I was going to ask you to go and start a revolution at the Customs Center in Lewisberry to get my package shipped quickly. That shouldn't take too long. BRB. We're starting a revolution to get our capitalistic packages from Amazon. One side meets the other right in the middle. Isn't it crazy that you can go into Starbucks and there will be a communist and a Nazi right next to each other? The 40th anniversary live stream of Dragon Ball happened last weekend in Japan. 40th anniversary. Can you imagine? Because like the manga had to have been made first. I don't know. Just to like create something like that, and it's been 40 years. It feels so recent. Made it look like my stuffed baby Yeti was driving my semi the other day. I was parked. Dude, that's sick. When the police pulled you over, he opened fire on the Yeti. Get down on the ground, sir! Just a goblin with a beautiful voice. The CIA is chained to a table with a microphone. It's true. When you guys eventually make it to the secure, contain, protect chamber, I will be one of them. And if you could be ever so kind, please karate chop the guard. Take the gold key and slip it under the door for little old me, would you? The goblin. I'll be the fucking goblin with his cock out. Give me the key, man. Hand me the fucking key. Let me out. I won't do anything bad. I swear to God. I swear to Jesus Christ and the Latter-day Saints, I won't fucking rip anybody's face off and wear it like Hillary Clinton. Joel, how are you? So happy you're streaming. Thank you. Good to see you. What's happening? Dun, dun, dun. I got this playlist playing again because it's just so good. It's like... It's drum and bass, but it's like the prettiest drum and bass I've heard in a while. What have I been playing? I've been playing, well, okay, what game? Okay, I've played Arc Raiders again. I got into it. I made some progress. I was absolutely blasting people with the fucking volcano shotgun. And then, dude, I swear to God, the Arc in that game are the most annoying pieces of shit ever, especially when you're trying to PvP. Just completely ruins the fucking game. Drop the song name? Yeah, I can. I'm gonna put it in chat. Also, there's a new Saturn Soul video. Which actually, I don't understand why this one's doing better than the last one. But the algorithm gods have spoken. But the Saturn Soul is my true crime channel if you haven't seen it. What the fuck, dude? In one day, it got 19k views. That's like kind of abnormal. That's actually crazy. New true crime video. Exclamation point to show you that I'm excited. Paste. Alright, I'm gonna pin this so you guys can see where it's snap. That's crazy, honestly.
On Sunday.
Let's see what, I'm going to cite this as irrefutable evidence that anyone who steals lunches from a break room is a psychopath. Okay. Oh, there's Babes Mariba in the comments. Has Babes been here in the chat much at all? I don't see her anymore. Alright, has anyone else seen those Ages veggies telling you how to live? What is it? Burnt peanut? Is a peanut a vegetable? Yeah, honestly, that's all I play. Barbie Dreamhouse Makeover. It's turned into a live service game, so it's pretty much just opening loot boxes to see what new pair of Barbie panties you get. Why haven't you seen me on Sundays? This past Sunday, it was just like the storm was very aggressive, and like my sleep was all fucked up. And so I literally recorded at like 3 a.m. Monday's video, and I really didn't want to like send out notifications at 3 a.m. that I'm live, because I don't even know if anybody would have showed up. But hey, Gustav, what's up, bro? Good to see you. Yeah, for anybody new, we're gonna go ahead and record some spooky stories for tomorrow's video. You want me to start now? I can start now. Did anyone go see a Lord of the Rings in theaters this past week? I saw them all twice. Dude, you saw all of them twice? That's 18 hours in total. That's actually amazing. But yeah, thankfully the snowstorm didn't hit us too bad. I mean, it seemed like the south got it bad. I don't know how bad that was, but around here, and honestly, it was just like business as usual, except with business with a shit ton of snow. I could never get sick of those movies, and it was an extended edition, so a total of 21-ish hours. That's crazy. But yeah, I don't know what it was. I remember the Lord of the Rings, the first one, Fellowship of the Ring, was like 3 hours. But then when you watch it, it almost like moves really fast. Like you don't realize like how quick it's going from like scene to scene to scene, that you almost like have to watch the extended versions or read the book to get it. Oh yeah, that's right. Patriots versus Seahawks. Just as predicted. Just as the NFL script has demanded. David, thank you for the buck, dude. Good to see you. And you want to hear my predictions? The esoteric scrolls of the Freemason Lodge have told me that the Seahawks will win. It's going to be 33-30. Are you guys ready for it? Are you guys prepared? These numbers are very important. Also, pay close attention to the halftime show. It's going to have little fucking demons doing dances. Mary Jane, let's read. Got my boyfriend to watch. Let's go, boyfriend. Welcome to the party. Avatar. I haven't heard great things of the new Avatar, but I haven't heard bad things. Just very neutral, unexciting things. Yeah, Barack Obama's gonna be wearing a mini skirt at halftime, doing his twirls, doing his little twirly dinks. Alright, guys. Driving at night. The Bad Bunny concert. Oh, that's right, it's Bad Bunny. Uh-oh. Do you think he killed Good Bunny and that's how he got in? He had to sacrifice Good Bunny's throat, blood. Joel, was on your live last week or two ago before we induced my wife and asked which name you thought sounded good. You said Joel, and chat said Jenry. We spent a week at the hospital. Baby was in the NICU. Oh man, I'm sorry to hear that. Hopefully just for routine. What did you end up naming the baby? And congratulations on a baby. That's wild. Hey, Skibbity Daphne. Let's read. You are doing humanitarian work. My terminally ill friend is having trouble falling asleep, and I told her how I fall asleep to Let's Read and is helping. Oh, that's good. I'm very happy to hear that. I'm sorry that they're sick, but maybe the vibrations will help. I'm excited for the halftime show more than the game. I mean, that's fair, honestly. I don't know, like, they're Drake May and Sam Darnold. It's kind of interesting. I don't know. Some of these people, you just, like, weren't paying attention to them, like, at the beginning of the year. But I guess that's how it usually goes, right? Wart. Getting the YouTube notification, checking in to seeing Let's Read, not any other channel I'm sub to. Best part of any evening. Let's go. Alright, guys. Should I read a story or two? Or maybe 5 that we got tonight? I think I could do that. I think I could manage it. Unfortunately, I have ADHD, so I have to smoke crack before we begin. Isn't it crazy that every homeless person has ADHD as well? What a weird coincidence. More than 3 decades ago, back when I was a much younger man, I helped a mate of mine move to Glasgow. Oh wait, don't we... Isn't it Glasgow or something like that? I got yelled at not too long ago related to Glasgow. Glasgow, right, with a Z. Glizzy Glasgow? Glasgow. It's Glasgow. Glasgow. Justin, Gooh does not help. Glasgow. What, like Pooh Bear? Glaspoo? Glizzy Glas. From down in Glizzy Glas. I gotta use the accent, you don't understand. More than 3 decades ago, back when I was a much younger man, I helped a mate of mine move down to Glasgow from our home city of Newcastle. He'd managed to get a job as a football scout for Glasgow Rangers, which was basically his dream career. And so while me and all of our mates were sad to see the back of him, we were all really proud of him too. Now, we drove up early in the morning, and then once everything was unloaded, we had some pub grub and a few lagers, shandies for me, and then I started on the drive back to Newcastle. I'd left it quite late. I'd left it. Is that a term? I left it? Football, not soccer. Didn't I say... Oh, I don't even think they said football. Yeah, job as a football scout, yeah. Soccer. Did you know in the UK if you call it soccer, you get beaten with reeds in front of the Queen? Pull his pants down and beat him with sticks. But it's like, it's the Queen, but she's kind of on like marionette strings, kind of like a puppet. But they're still doing like weirdly sadistic stuff via the Queen's body. I'd left it quite late to drive back, so it was about midnight by the time I started to see signs for the English borders. The roads were quiet, with only the occasional lorry thundering past me, and I remember there being some phone-in thing on the radio, but I wasn't really listening. I was in my old Vauxhall Cavalier, a 82 model that I bought on the cheap about 4 years prior. Now, it normally served me well, and had been running fine all day, but just after passing a place called Jedburgh. Is it Vauxhall? Am I saying that right? Sorry, squad. Vauxhall. Just a quick one. Vauxhall. Is a lorry a bus or a semi-truck? I think a lorry is a taxi cab. Right? Isn't it? Am I wrong? Lorry. Not Lorry Morgan. Holy fuck, Google. Lorry. Taxi. Right? The fuck's hole. A lorry is a big truck. Oh, okay, my bad. And then Jedburgh. Or is it Jedburgh? I'm gonna get a bunch of shit from the Queen if I fuck this up. Jedburgh. Yep. It's Vauxhall Jedburgh. Even though we fucking invented the language, make sure we don't pronounce any of it completely. Just let it fart out of the mouth a little bit. I was in my old Vauxhall Cavalier, an 82 model that I bought on the cheap about 4 years prior. It normally served me well, and it had been running fine all day, but just after passing a place called Jedburgh, the temperature warning light flicked on. I looked at my dash, watching the needle climbing into the red, and swore under my breath as I eased off the accelerator. And since it normally bought me a few minutes, I cranked the heater up to full blast and tried to put some heat on the old engine. Out of the engine. Oh. Bought it on the cheap. You gotta pay the troll toll to transfer consciousness into the boy's soul. What's up, spam? Did you guys see that Level in the Spectrum is currently filming and doing a casting call? So, should we have anybody besides myself as able to jump on there, you may find yourself having the love of your life soon. And it could be me. Since it normally bought me a few minutes, I cranked the heater up full blast to try and pull some heat out of the engine. But that time, it seems my luck finally ran out because just a minute or so later, there was this loud hiss from under the bonnet before steam started pouring out the seams. Seconds later, I heard this horrible metallic knocking sound coming from under the bonnet, and so I coasted over to the hard shoulder and then came to a stop just in time for the engine to seize up completely. And after that, aside from the ticking of my hazard lights and the sound of hot metal cooling down, there was nothing but silence for a few seconds, until I erupted. I remember shouting, "Are you effing kidding me?" a couple of times, and then, after taking a few deep breaths, I got out of the car and tried to fix it. And I tried it for half an hour, and in that time, a grand total of 2 cars passed me, but even with me waving at them as they passed, neither of them stopped. I didn't just stand there like some plonker for the whole 30 minutes, mind you. I popped my bonnet long after. Love on the Spectrum is actually really cool. Used to watch with my daughter. Yeah, it's a great show. It's one of my favorites. Actually, probably one of the only good shows on TV anymore. Rhythm with a tism. I shit my pants today, but I'm feeling better. Terrible cramping, but I hope you're doing well. That's good. Yeah, I'm doing good. I did not shit my pants, but it's getting more frequent as time goes on. Not a fan of Love on the Spectrum and have a hard time relating to it. Well, I don't know if it's like necessarily the purpose is to relate with anybody external from maybe bridging the gap between normies and those who might be more severely on the spectrum or whatever. And I think it's just mainly like, it's like how, meeting these like very lovable characters, cheering for them, even though they're kind of obviously out of the purview of, the conventional mind. But, it's got a mix of emotion and funny and all sorts of in between. I think they actually have to like run a spectrometer over them to calculate their total autism units, their autismals. It's kind of like Star Wars. Yeah, my favorite is that one guy who he just kept his headphones in during the entire date, and then anytime she would say something, he would be like, take it out, and like, huh? What do you want? Nothing? Okay, these are going back in. What's up, Ian? Instant flashbacks to those Kmart commercials from back in the day where they're like, I shipped my pants. What you ship? Does Kmart ship? Is there still Kmart? Oh, what was funny? Down in Australia, I remember when I visited, they had like, Kmart was pretty popular. Kmart was almost like their Walmart. And I thought that was kind of wild. Danny definitely looking for a business partner though. I think Danny actually found somebody. I think he's like a cop or something. I didn't know they had autistic cops. Maybe works for ICE or not really sure. Did I medicate? I don't take any medication. I'm good. I'll probably take some magnesium later. Kmart is defunct. Except down under. Down under, it's popping off, mate. Proper ploding. They turned your old Kmart into low-income housing. It's pretty much the same thing, right? You think magnesium gave you diarrhea? Well, it might have been the type of magnesium. There's all sorts of, like, variations of it, right? Because I think it's the citrate one that actually is, like, used specifically to help with constipation by specifically giving you diarrhea. So if you did use it, make sure you check which one you used. Funny how Big Lots took over their locations and they also went out of business. I know, maybe it's just a cursed storefront. It was built on indigenous land. Your birthday is next week and I'm going to Minneapolis for some yummy food. Wish you luck. Maybe go somewhere else, just for safeties. I don't know. I have no idea. I don't live there, so I have no idea what's going on. had a boss who was a Kmart manager. He had a lot of tales of finding dead people in the parking lot and bathrooms. That's what I'm saying, dude. It's cursed. And then they would come back to life, I assume. They're few and far between, especially when I live in North Dakota. I don't think there's one remotely within driving distance of me, at least that I know of. They're all shut down years ago. I could see a good creepypasta coming out of Kmart, based on Kmart. There's 3 Kmarts left in the US. Where are they at? That's where I'm recording out of right now, the Kmart Superstore, back in the electronics department. I popped my bonnet not long after getting out, but when I did, a load of steam and the smell of burnt coolant came wafting up into my face. And after waving away some of the steam, I spotted a crack in the top radiator hose and then noticed how loads of antifreeze was dripping onto the road and forming a big green puddle. I didn't have a spare hose, and neither did I have enough water to top it up properly, and even if I had, the engine had overheated so badly that I didn't trust it not to seize up again. Basically, I wasn't going anywhere in my old Vauxhall, and since there were no mobile phones back then, at least none for the likes of me, I had no choice but to walk if I wanted to get myself some help. Now, I reckon the nearest emergency phone would have been about a mile down the road, maybe more. So I locked up my car, left my hazards flashing, and then started walking along the dark grass verge. What's a verge? Is that kind of like a ditch? In the U.S. Virgin Islands, no way. There's a Kmart on Epstein's Island. Of course there is. This is his favorite place to shop. And so I locked my car, left my hazards flashing, and then started walking along the dark grass verge with a torch in my hand. Now I thought I'd be on the move for quite a while, but then no sooner had I started walking, I came to a dirt track, previously concealed by a long hedgerow, which led to what looked like a big 3-story farmer's house. Now, I was so happy that I was literally punching the air because despite the fact that there were no lights switched on the ground floor, there was what looked to be candlelight in both the front-facing upstairs rooms. Now, I felt bad for calling so late, but since the alternative was walking along the motorway since the alternative of walking? Cadavers on discount. Do they sell human bodies or something? I heard they have specials or something like cadavers. Yes. 50% off. But they would literally cut them in half. I felt bad for calling so late. I gotta bring this down, dude. There we go. I felt bad for calling so late, but since the alternative of walking along the motorway was a much more dangerous one, I reckoned that I didn't have much choice. It was a particularly dark night, small moon and cloud cover, so it was only once I got closer to the house that I saw how run down it was. The ground floor windows were either cracked or newspapered over, and there were cracks in the wood too, along with a lot of peeling paint. And as you can imagine, I started to get really bad vibes from the place. But I try not to judge books by their cover too much because you tend to be rewarded more times than you're burned for it. And so with that in mind, and granted very foolishly, I decided to knock on the door. I didn't knock too loud or aggressively. I didn't want to frighten anyone. But when my first knock got no answer, I knocked a little bit louder. Again, there was complete silence. No footsteps behind the door, no talking inside, nothing. But then after taking a step back and looking up at the top windows, I saw someone peeking out at me from behind a dirty-looking curtain. And I can't lie, it did scare me a bit seeing a pair of eyes staring back at me through the dim light. But as soon as I reacted, the eyes disappeared and I began to hear voices inside the house. Now, it sounded like a fair number of people, maybe half a dozen, and they were whispering like they were talking among themselves. I heard a little voice in my head saying, "They're awake, knock again." But before I could even dismiss it, I heard the sound of someone laughing inside the house. Not loudly, though. Not loudly, though. Not loudly, though. I should get a Sprite. Who wants me to drink a Sprite? Pretty? You got it. Lay there if you want me to drink one. He's getting up. Boof it. This is going up my ass in the name of Justin Ballas. That'll be my first witch incantation. Oh my god. Thank God that couch is there. It would have knocked over all my drinks. In the name of Justin Ballas, I banish thee up my bunghole. Hey, Destroyer Lynn, thank you for the 41 months. Says XOXO, don't forget about me and I won't forget about you. Can't stay long, but please give Pradeep some belly pats. Haven't heard the tum drum in a while. Yeah, should I pick him up and bother him? Are you going to bed? Is that why you're saying don't forget about you? And Hitsubasa, thank you for the 37 months. My cat Zelda wanted to say to Pradeep, meow meow. Dude, I'd be so afraid that Pradeep would just fight with other cats. I guess that's just how cats are, just these territorial bastards. But he is very sweet to everybody else. And Sarah, welcome back for 31 months. Hey, did anybody get tickets to Yellowbrick Road for February 11th? I did. Sarah, thank you so much for doing that and supporting Being Scared with... Oh, it's buffering? Damn. Maybe you can refresh. Hold on a second. Let me get the cat. 251 people want to hear your belly be smacked on. Let's make it happen. Alright, ready? I'm holding him like a baby on his back. That's his belly. I wonder if he's purring. He's not in a purring mood right now. Dude, he's a good man. I'd honestly, if later in life I have to get another cat, I don't know if I would, first off, but I don't know if any other cat will be as good as this one. He's really warm. He's digesting his lean and promethazine. You have a cat named Ruckus, that's amazing. Okay, I'm back. I've somehow ended up with 4 cats thanks to the distribution system. I'm done for life. That does sound like a lot to deal with. Also, did you change your profile to Clippy because that one guy was mad at Microsoft or something? Any Michael Jackson sounds? Okay. Yeah, what were they mad about at Microsoft about again? I forget. That's how fickle I am with movements. Not loudly, though. More like a muted sort of wheeze as they tried to keep their voice low. The bad vibes that I was getting ramped up to 11, so instead of risking a confrontation with whoever was either living or more likely squatting there, I decided to make a move. I turned around and walked back up the dirt path as fast as I could, looking over my shoulder every so often to make sure that no one was following me. Now, I was quite certain whoever was inside was watching me from those windows, but as long as they didn't follow me, then I didn't mind what they did. I'd almost gotten to the end of the path, to where those 2 wooden gateposts held no gate, when I started smelling something strong on the breeze, something that smelled like burning. And then when I turned the corner and could see out onto the road again, I felt this almost involuntary scream jump out of my mouth as I realized. I'm developing a speech impediment. Data harvesting mostly, yeah. Do you guys think we'll get to the point of pre-crime? That's the one thing that I keep hearing, right? Is that the whole thing with like Palantir and the data harvesting concept is the idea of arresting people for pre-crime. But how do you bypass the Constitution for pre-crime crime? I guess maybe they're already doing that, right? In some like more low-key Gestapo-style ways. Crime thoughts. Oh, I guess, yeah, they could read your mind. Yeah, like Minority Report. Like Reporting Minorities, the classic sci-fi novel. After leaving my husband and taking her 3 cats to my parents' house, I now have 9 cats. If you could just stack them on top of each other, you'd have another husband. That's what this guy at work would always say to a co-worker. It was not nice, what he would say. I don't think the Constitution is saving much at this point. I guess that's true. Isn't it strange to think that like any sort of reality you can consider in your head will most likely happen? Is it crucial to be nice? I think the most crucial thing in life is to make people laugh at all costs. True story, my neighbor who lives across the corner from me played Michael Jackson's Scary Movie 3 and 4 when there was a world-class Michael Jackson impersonator. His name is Eddie Moss, a good friend. Nice. My parents started out with 2. I saved one from Walmart and then took her in. My dad saved one on the side of the road. Another they fed outside and they adopted her in the last one. Do they all get along? Do they pee on things? What's that like? I don't like the surveillance state, Palantir, flock cameras, social media suppression is a dangerous path. It is, honestly, and that's kind of like what I perceive to be occurring within our sort of political system right now, where it's like every action, so it's always like problem, reaction, solution, right? The old adage goes or whatever, so it's like illegal aliens and then the reaction, right? And then but then the solution, because of like the escalation of actions by the authority figures there, and then the pushback against them, and my mind is always just going to generate further escalation. So that's the bad thing, is that I don't really see a good end to this external from like, I don't know, not, bringing in the National Guard or mobilizing things even worse. Have I been to Long Island? I have been to Long Island. I went there for a wedding. It's not the kind of scary you want to think about. Yeah, maybe I think about that stuff too much. It's so hard to like avoid thinking about it, because it's always like in your face nonstop if you're on like no life death scrolling on social media. It's just like conspiracy, end of the world. I used to live with Bengal breeders, and they were always litter of baby Bengals running around. Truly a paradise on earth. That sounds fun. I got a couple glizzies, and I'm about to lock in for some stories. Let's fucking go. Then you just like unhinge your jaw and put 4 of them in at once. Upper decky, lower decky. We really should be saying all this stuff to happen and no GTA 8. I know, we're gonna get a complete dystopian thought crime takeover before GTA 8. Who's the glizzy gladiator of Glasgow? Probably Garl. It's a Scottish name. It's like Carl with a G. Okay. Here we go. I probably shouldn't drink soda. I'm just gonna burp the whole time. I'd almost gotten to the end of the path to where those 2 wooden gateposts held no gate, and when I started smelling something strong. Bah. I'd almost gotten to the end of the path to where those two wooden gate posts held no gate when I started smelling something strong on the breeze, something that smelled like burning. And then when I turned the corner and could see out onto the road again, I felt this almost involuntary scream jump out of my mouth as I realized what the smell was. It was my car. My car was on fire. Now, I suppose I acted on complete instinct in running over to it because there was absolutely bugger all I could do about putting out that fire. All I could do was just stand there, effing and blinding and looking around for whoever might have done it. But as you can probably guess, there was no one, and the whole area looked deserted. And I knew for a fact that it wasn't. When I realized just how much of a bad situation I truly was in, I started jogging along the road until I got back on the motorway. Now, it was only a 4-lane carriageway, so I could walk along the verge without being in too much danger, but no matter how much danger passing cars posed to me, it still seemed safer than hanging around my burning car in that creepy house. Now, I think probably about a half an hour must have passed with only the odd car going past me, and in that time, I didn't try to get anyone's attention just in case it was the people from the home. I mean, the joke was on them in a sense because that poor cavalier was definitely on her way out, but on the off chance that they wanted to do. Please put out for me, I need it now. Put out. Oh, like have sex or something? Please have sex. Please do sex now. My 9-month-old woke up and started crying. I stuck his pacifier in his mouth and he just fell back down to sleep. Perfect, that's all. Sometimes you just need a simulated nipple to get you back on track in life. But on the off chance they wanted to do more than just burn my car, I had to be very careful about who I revealed myself to. Now, I was bloody nervous for that first half an hour, but after that, I started to calm down a wee bit. I hadn't seen any cars or anything parked outside the house, and if they really did want to chase me down for whatever reason, I reckoned that I'd have encountered them already. And so once I'd calmed down a bit, and after maybe 2 or 3 more cars passed me with me sticking to the trees on the verge, I made my way to the edge of the road, and then stuck my thumb out as I... Currently working on a story to send in about how I was stopped by a known creature on my way back from the bar at 2 a.m. in the morning, but not sure if that's something you'd be interested in. Yeah, definitely. What do you mean, known creature? They know... I know this creature. What about for homeless people who don't have access to showers? What are we talking about? They're stinky? I guess they're just perma-stinky. My brother and I would like a mushroom to mushroom stamp me. What about some mushroom soup? You're not LGBT, but for me, maybe. See, being LGBT, you're going to have to go to all the... There's going to be a lot of responsibilities. You're going to have to go to all the rallies. You're going to have to, like, be mad at people on the internet. It's going to be a lot of work, so don't just willy-nilly throw that around, okay? There's going to be a list of chores to complete. Being a jolosexual. How tall am I? I am 5'10" and a half. Never forget the half. Yeah, you're going to have to wear full body deodorant. Which character on Always Sunny in Philly do I most relate to? Probably Danny DeVito. He just, when he's kind of like being born out of that couch completely naked, I was like, it just seems like where it all began, you know? For myself, that is. Hella buffering. Maybe you can turn down the quality of the stream. I really feel like one day I'm going to look at my like stream settings. Someone who like streams a lot is going to see it and be like, what the fuck is this? You've been like bottlenecking your entire internet for 50 years. So once I calmed down a bit, and after maybe 2 or 3 more cars passed me with me sticking to the trees on the verge, I made my way to the edge of the road and then stuck my thumb out at what looked like a Land Rover of some kind coming my way. Now it slowed down as the driver saw me, but then instead of switching on the light above the wheel, someone in the passenger seat started shining a torch in my face after lowering their window. Now right away, I knew that wasn't promising behavior when I realized whoever was in the car didn't want to be seen, and I turned and started walking away. Now a second later, I heard a very promising, "Need a lift, pal?" Now, one that was just friendly enough to slow me down and make me think that I might have been overreacting. But then the second I slowed, I turned back to face the car, and the passenger doors opened up and I heard someone shout, "Get him!" Now I remember running right at the trees at the side of the road. Not along the road where the car would have been able to cut me off, but at and then through the trees and bushes at the side of the road. I remember closing my eyes as I felt things scratching against my face, and then when I opened them, I found that I'd come to a fence on the other side. I hopped over it with speed and power that I didn't even know I had in me. I mean, I was hardly some couch potato back then, but I wasn't exactly in perfect shape either. But I swear, I think I vaulted that fence like an Olympic athlete for fear of what might have happened if those men had caught up with me. It's strange thinking back on it as well, because these days, all I do sometimes is sit and wonder why those people... Why those people... Sometimes I wonder. Problematic. Everyone in the cult that doesn't do what I say is going to be labeled problematic, and then they will be put in a little jail cell, and they won't be allowed to shower, and they'll be the stinkiest person on the commune. How often do I floss my teeth? I usually floss my teeth every day, once a day, prior to showering. I'm watching on 2 separate devices and there's been no buffering. Maybe that person needs to check their internet connection. Yeah, no worries. How are you doing? Are you reading this on paper? It's just on a computer screen. On a computer? On a compooper screen. Yeah, whenever I look down at the toilet, instead of seeing like a big disgusting mud pie, I just see like basically pond lilies floating in there with like a beautiful shiny koi fish swimming underneath and a frog, but it's like a pretty frog, one of those poison dart ones. For some reason it's in my toilet. It does kind of make you wonder, like, prior to deodorant, did everyone just fucking stink? And because everyone stinked, did you just get used to that stink? And it makes you wonder, if we got used to that kind of stink, what kind of stinks are we used to on the daily now that we just kind of accept as like a common stink, but in the future we'll be like, oh, that's not good stink. Am I mad at you? I am not mad at anybody. Am I decent? I'm the most legit guy. We didn't care that people stink. Deodorant was one of those things that we were tricked into thinking we needed. Okay, Mr. Stinky. I see what you're saying. You work for Big Stinky. It's kind of like Monsters, Inc., but you're just going around collecting everyone's armpit drippings. What you do? I don't know what you're saying. You're typing not making sense words into the chat. It's strange thinking back on it as well, because these days, all I do sometimes is sit and wonder why those people chose to go after me like they did. But in the moment, as I was running, it didn't matter a jot to me. All I knew was that those people were out to get me, and all that mattered in the world was getting away from them in that moment. Now, I ran across this big dark field for what felt like ages, running and running until I couldn't anymore. And then when I got to the other side and spotted a road ahead of me, I swear I saw that same Land Rover driving along the road with someone shining a torch out into the field. I had to change my route and head off at an angle to avoid the Land Rover, and along with anyone to my rear who might have followed me. I had to force myself to run when I didn't think that I could run anymore, and even though I was quite a fit young lad and one pumped full of adrenaline, I soon felt like that I was about to cough up a lung and fall over. In the end, I found myself staggering onto a road and then right back onto another dark field because I was too scared to be out in the open with a car full of blokes trying to find me. I kept on going like that until I came across a small town. And then as I was walking its dark and empty streets, looking for anyone who might be able to help, a police car appeared, and an officer asked what I was doing walking the streets alone like that. When I told him what had happened to me, he told me to jump in the car, and then off we went to the police station for a cup of hot tea and a few biscuits, while I went into more detail about what had happened. As soon as I mentioned the house that I'd stopped by and mentioned how there had been people inside, I remember these two officers giving each other a look because they told me that the people inside must have been squatters. I thought that they might have been, partly because of how run down the house was, but the police confirmed that it was derelict and that there shouldn't have been anyone in there. They said that they'd head over and check it out, but they doubted anyone would be there. Squatters are kind of like rats. They're annoying and sometimes they're dangerous, but they're not stupid, and they just move on someplace else and then maybe return when things all blew over. But in all likelihood, they were gone from that house for good. I remember asking the two policemen why, as in why had they burned my car before trying to hunt me down like that, and the first words out of the policemen's mouths were, "Well, what did you see?" Now he was convinced that I'd seen them doing something that they Ding, 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 ding. Big stinky pay my bills armpit drippings is my curse. Your voice randomly goes too serious. Yeah, we gotta lock in. Azzy Arison, thank you for the 5 gifters. 2 loves the spam. Kiara J, hey. What's it say? Hi Sam Ramen. And Evan Murphy, welcome to the Buttersuck Cult. Thank you so much. And thank you again. What are your thoughts on Robert Eggers' films? I like Robert Egger. Is he the one working on that Wolf movie coming out? Robert Eggers. Yeah, so I really like The Witch. I really like Nosferatu. I sadly haven't finished The Lighthouse. I've seen The Northman. The Northman was good. I feel like it took a weird turn about the middle end. Like the opening felt really good. But yeah, I'm really excited for Werewolf. I haven't seen Hanzo and Gretel. I don't think I've seen Brothers. But yeah, the other ones are good. Like Witches, I like it. Nosferatu was one of those ones where I was like, this is surprisingly like relaxing. The thing I like about those kind of movies is that they remind me of back when movies took themselves very seriously. Nowadays, it seems like you'll get a movie that acts like it's serious, but then they'll have like a really stupid fucking Marvel-esque fourth wall breaking joke in the middle of it to be like, didn't see that coming, you know, and you just kind of feel like it's all ruined. But yeah, just the nice thing about Nosferatu is it was just it is what it was, and I enjoyed what it was. Yeah, there's a ton of political, social messaging, and that doesn't mean that you can't have political or social messaging in your movies, but in the past, if you're going to consider yourself a talented writer, you usually had to have a strong sense of nuance to what you're saying. It usually had to play into the context of the film itself and the time, you know, that it takes place in. Maybe that parallels to like the current circumstances, but like so many writers are so on the nose now, but they just sit there and circle jerk themselves in Hollywood. And I mean, a lot of that I think was financially incentivized with like a lot of the ESG shit, but I'm fairly certain that that is no longer a financial viability within entertainment. So thankfully I think that's going away quite a bit, and we can get maybe talented people making stuff, which would be so cool. I feel like movies are just formulaic, hitting the Hollywood bingo card. That's true. I mean, and it's tough because, you know, you would think like finding indie movies would be just as easy as like finding indie games, right? But it seems like it's much more difficult to like make an indie movie than an indie game, because I don't know. I've watched some, and it's just like there's something so important to the budget of a film that you're almost like better off like reading a short story with like a unique concept or idea that you can just imagine in your head, as opposed to a film, you know. Tubi has indie movies. Are they good or are they poop? Because if they're like on the quality of like Sci-Fi Channel shit, then it kind of just like, what's the point? Have I seen Bone Temple yet? It was good. I haven't seen it yet. I do want to see it. I wasn't a huge fan of the previous, 28 years later, but at the same time, I feel kind of committed now at this point to watch all three of them, if he does do three. Out of all the stories you've made, which one would you recommend? Maybe one of the paranormal episodes are good. Bigfoot. Big fart. A low-budget film can be good, but the writing and story has to do much of the heavy lifting. I agree. Like, at the end, because, I mean, really, at the end of the day, when you convey to someone what a story of a movie is, all you're really using is your words to describe it, and most of the time, the majority of the things that really even, like, stick with you is relatively limited to essentially the bare bones concept. So like, really at the end of the day, if you want to serve up something that's truly memorable, it's going to have to be a degree of different that it can actually be conveyed between people in a way that's like, yeah, this one was good, like it's almost like all the other stuff, like the visuals and the acting and the sound design, like those have to be top notch out the gate, but you almost like don't want people to notice that, because unfortunately the one thing that can make or break your film, it is and always will be the story, I think. I like old school storytelling that didn't rely on special effects, bare bones, like Twilight Zone. That's true too. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't know. That's what I'm saying. Like, it almost like makes you wonder if they've just like perfected the craft of storytelling, obviously through the form of writing. Because once you experience a degree of like special effects, it's very difficult to go back without it being like somewhat distracting. So how do you create a film that just feels timeless and the shit doesn't age poorly? And maybe a lot of that is just minimalist presentation. Twilight Zone was actually pretty heavy on the special effects, was it? Okay, yeah. He was convinced that I'd seen them doing something that they shouldn't have been doing, and after spotting my car, which they assumed was still functional, they tried to make sure that I couldn't get away before chasing me down. But that was the thing. I hadn't seen anything, and once I'd established that, all we could think of was that those squatters just wanted to scare me off. One of the policemen said that since they didn't know who I was, they might have assumed that I was some kind of bailiff or law enforcement agent. And at first, they might have been worried that I was a policeman. But then when they realized that I wasn't, they must have reckoned that I was fair game for a kicking. And if only to make sure that I was too scared to return. And with nothing else to say, I gave the police the phone number for my flat in Newcastle, and then since I'd lost literally everything but my wallet, one of them was able... Bone Temple sounds like my search history, that's funny. Let me look up a Bone Temple. And then, since I literally lost everything but my wallet, one of them was kind enough to give me a lift to a nearby train station. It was long past dawn by then, so the trains were running, and I didn't have to wait long before I was on my way back to Newcastle. They phoned a few days later saying that that house was empty, and there wasn't much in the way of evidence tying anyone to the arson. They promised to keep their ears to the ground and would let me know immediately if there was any progress, but till then, they advised me to be patient because things like that took time. Sadly, that was the last I heard from the police. Uncle status. Sadly, that was the last I heard from the police. What is wrong with me? Policed. Marking the end of my first encounters with the squatters. Was I snowed in Sunday? Yeah. And then having to fucking shovel. I don't know, it was actually pretty chill. Because it was like this beautiful snow coming down that was like 1.5 feet. But then it was also like burning a bunch of Amazon boxes. So it just made a really big fire. And like, I don't know, a big fire in the snow is kind of awesome. You feel like you get through these faster on the days that you don't stream? I actually did, yeah. On the only thing is that like I also get really easily distracted doing things by myself. So like, but whenever I'm like locked in, I don't have to sit there and like talk to anybody after I like mess up or whatever. So it's just kind of like, I'm like, well, get right back to it. But it's no big deal. I mean, I do this stream with you guys because it's fun. Joel, you were a nurse. How do you feel about what happened to Alex Preddy in Minneapolis? I don't know, honestly. It was like after the last one, I kind of like tried to look into it because it was so abnormal, and you know, now this one, still obviously very contentious issue, but I actually have put no effort into like learning any of the context or anything. But it's very obvious that like at this point, when it comes to law enforcement and the general public in that area's frustrations with, you know, whatever action is being taken, whether they are going after illegals or whatever, it's just like they need to think of a better way to like vet these people for who is going to have that level of authority and then lead to like deciding on like you know, at this point I would honestly say their use, I don't know, that they would be heavily against the concept of even any lethal force on the public, primarily due to just like what a fucking PR nightmare it's been, you know what I mean? And it's just, I don't know, it's tragic and it's obviously very worrisome because you see this and it's like how quickly these kinds of things can escalate, you know what I mean? But once again, I don't have the full context on that specific scenario, so it's like my assessment on it isn't going to be like educated to like the specifics. Sadly, that was the last I heard from the police, marking the end of my first encounter with squatters, and hopefully my last too. I had no idea that those people could be so violent. I mean, call me naive, but the squatters I was familiar with were the hippies who took over empty houses in London in the 60s. I thought that they'd be more into peace protests and drum circles than chasing down strangers. But I suppose times had changed then, and people changed with them. It's interesting how many of the Don't Tread on Me folks are now don't comply or die. I mean, I definitely think that that is like a narrative that is true in the sense that I think people on the conservative side should be frustrated in many ways, like with but then the argument on their end would be like, well, they're going after like illegal immigrants who are breaking the law, and then therefore it's like part of like the, you know, rank and file process of removing. But at the same time, it's like my conspiratorial brain is always going to be led to the anticipation that like all of this is going to be used, whether authentic or not, to just amplify further military presence or further overreach of the government into the people's lives. And just the fact that we're kind of like getting loosely comfortable with the presence of like federal agents within our cities on a consistent basis, it's kind of like the boiling of the frog type thing over time. And I just don't think that's a good thing at all. You know what I mean? Because who knows how far this is going to reach eventually, where they initially start with these kinds of things. And I remember there was like predictions of it. I remember like, wasn't there like a guest on like the Joe Rogan show who had like literally said about how like, so he knew someone in the intelligence agencies who said, and this was back in 2023, they're like, you're seeing these particular types of like protests right now, but then starting once Trump gets into office or something like that, then you'll start to see like the immigration or like the immigration protests, and then see basically domestic incidents escalate via that. And then, you know what I mean? So it all just kind of feels like it's, because I mean, there's no possible way with that many illegal individuals within the United States, even if they prioritize the most violent ones, it's just like such a inefficient process that I can't help but sit there and ponder the secondary use to something like that, external from the desire to try to like expand federal power, you know what I mean? Or I don't think it was Eddie Bravo. It was like somebody else. I mean, Eddie seems nice or whatever, but he's kind of like retarded. I find it interesting the same people who are calling him domestic terrorist for having a concealed carry, the same people who are defending Kyle Rittenhouse with his rifle. Yeah, I mean, those are general frustrations that make a ton of sense. And I think at the same time, like, the people on those conservative side need to also realize that, like, obviously, if you're on the left, you don't want to interfere with, like, assumedly something that's a federal process of removing someone that's breaking the law or here illegally. But at the same time, you as, like, someone who's on the conservative side wouldn't want to also be comfortable with the idea of, like, federal overreach as well. So it's like, that's why I think right now this is, like, such a breaking point where it's like, the general public doesn't know how to respond to it. It's kind of like brilliant in a way if you do want to expand federal powers in whatever way it manifests, because like you have one side, you literally, at least on the superficial sense, you have one side arguing in favor of it and the other, participating in the chaos, perhaps, because you also sometimes wonder to what extent like some of those people could be, individuals that are getting involved that may or may not be organic. I don't know. You never know when some of those movements are actually organic in response to certain things. So it's just like, it's so hard to interpret what is or is not reality at this point. No, and it's not that anybody's saying illegal immigrants are the cause of everything wrong in the country, but it's one of those things where it's being utilized. Once again, it's the thing you want to look at is the problem, reaction, solution. If there's a government, think about it like this. If there's a government that controls both left and right, because if we've seen with like the Epstein stuff, it's pretty obvious that there are intelligence agencies far above your kind of understanding that have such extended reach to both sides of the political spectrum that in many ways their influence over everything is astounding. It will blow your mind. And in the same way, you can begin to set up like certain directions in which you want to take a country based on its narratives that are perceived and how certain things play out like a script, right? Yeah, I mean, politics is literally like a theater a lot of the times. And the current theater we're seeing is the problem, which is like a large influx of individuals from countries without the appropriate paperwork or going through whatever. And then you have the reaction, which is the current side that's like pushing, excessive federal involvement in the removal, but it's obviously not a clean process at all and also causing a lot of domestic tension. And then the solution of which we're pushing towards right now is that you're just going to continue to expand federal response to that, which is going to encroach eventually upon the citizenry, right? So that's where I think the end goal is. It's not about removing illegals. It's not about keeping the illegals in. It's about something beyond what you can even really see. Why are they stalling releasing the files, and why have the ones that have been released have offended names redacted in defiance of the law? Right. I mean, like, why, you know, why, you have to ask yourself so many questions about it. It's like, why did the conservative side push for the release of the Epstein files like years in the past, and then presumably the same left-leaning side is now pushing for it to be released on Trump now, but they didn't push for it in the past? And it's like they flip-flopped in so many ways, but it's almost like both sides know that they can't release it because it's compromising material and everyone involved, and it'd cause the whole fucking like power apparatus to just like collapse in upon itself. That yeah. So I think a lot of the times you almost like wonder to an extent if maybe like the Epstein thing is a controlled narrative as well, because like I think the crazy thing about Epstein is that he didn't just influence people, you know, on behest of Israel or the CIA or MI6 and all those people specifically with just like child trafficking and pedophilia and all that kind of stuff. It was so much shit. It was like quantum computing. It was fucking AI. It was cloning. It was like just shit you know what I mean? It was like so much shit, so much technology, so much influence, so much like literally mad scientist crap that like what you're seeing right now where people are more focused on the human trafficking part, which is very terrible. It's what I think you would call a limited hangout in many ways, where like you're only going to get a limited piece of information because it's almost like they're telling you the truth, but they're telling you almost a fraction of how deep this fucking iceberg goes. Like I'm surprised someone doesn't make a fucking Epstein iceberg video at this point, because there's just like so much shit. And it's scary. It's almost like you don't want to look into it, because the more you look into it, the more you will realize that there is no left, there is no right. There is simply, you know, powers and societies beyond nations, you know, going back well beyond like the creation of Israel, going well back beyond the inception of modern America. I don't know. It's terrifying. Anyways, Jorge, thank you for the $1, my friend. Play some crane machines at Round and win some anime figures for my collection. That sounds fun. It'll all melt eventually. After all, an iceberg is an iceberg. Yeah, but I mean, like, you have to ask yourself, like, if this information is being permitted to, like, be disseminated to the public, the only way to make it out the other end, if you were the people who have had that compromising information, is to completely transform society so that, like, if anybody has any frustrations towards power structures, they will never have the ability to actually enact any change. And that's what I'm afraid of. And I'm not trying to fill everyone with fear or black pill or whatever, but that's actually what I'm genuinely afraid of in the future, is that we're going to have a series of cataclysmic sort of like economic events or wars or whatever, that eventually that sort of Palantir thing that everyone talks about will essentially replace anything that we perceive as, you know, our current, you know, societal hierarchy or power hierarchies, where the Constitution essentially will be null and void. And, you know, whether or not fucking Bill Clinton was doing weird shit behind doors or Trump was sucking off so-and-so, that will be like the least of your fucking worries when it comes to what the government can do to you based on how things are restructured. Buy the dip. Buy the dip. Yeah, I mean, they literally are desensitizing you to it as well. They're desensitizing you to, one, the fact that everyone does this, to the point where it's kind of removing your hope, right? And as far as like democratic change, it's desensitizing you to political violence in the form of, you know, what you're seeing out in Minneapolis, but also what you're seeing when Charlie Kirk got shot, right? You know, people, you know, you have people so divided and in such a short period of time, and a lot of it was all just like linguistic, which is really interesting to me, is that it's just a series of like words that you're hearing and then saying, and then eventually you're just like kind of okay with people with differing opinions dying. and dying by the hand of the state or dying by the hand of someone who opposes a perspective. And it's just like, it's almost robbing you of your humanity and eroding away your, what you're conventionally used to as far as society is run, slowly and slowly over time. Hey, Sisk, take care. I've been desensitized since I grew up with Mexican uncensored TV media. I'm not seeing anything different than what I did when I was 10. Yeah, I imagine like growing up in like Central America and like South America where like you see mayors, like people, you never see those videos of like a person running for fucking mayor gets out of his like car and then someone just walks up to him and shoots him in the head, right? And he's obviously representing of some sort of power structure or cartel or whatever. Like, or like, you hear those terrible things on like the Mexican highway, like a bus filled with 42 kids was lit on fire and some of the bodies were hung over the edge of a highway to send a message to the Sinaloa or whatever. And it's just like, what the fuck? What the fuck? That, like, if that happened in America, that would be like remembered, for, 50 years or something. We'd be, mourning it with vigils and you know what I mean? But it's just like getting desensitized to that level of like chaos. I don't know, it's scary. It's scary to think how truly fucked up the world is and always has been. There's a chopper that landed in the middle of the highway, created a big shootout that went on their way. Just a regular day, yeah. And that's the last thing that I want to exist in the United States, you know what I mean? And I don't know. We're just very fortunate in the United States to not have to deal with that fucking bullshit. It's just so surreal to us. Hey Claire, how you doing? Alright, so that was story 1. We got 5 here tonight. Oh wait, I clicked the wrong one. Okay, 1 story down. Almost 10 years ago now, way back in September of 2016, I drove all the way from LA to Phoenix to visit an old high school friend. Now, I was 31 and female, but still Hispanic and still small, and I drove out on a Friday and we spent all day Saturday together. Then, even though I planned to drive back home in the mid-afternoon on Sunday, I didn't end up leaving until about 9 p.m. at night. Now I know, I should have left earlier, and I know what I'm about to tell you is basically my own damned fault for not sticking to my plan. But even so, there are still nights sometimes, even all this time later, when I find myself waking up from nightmares with a cold sweat forming on my chest, having relived it all over again in my sleep. It was just after midnight when I rolled into Riverside County after passing over the Arizona state line. Now, a few people were still up in that area, so it wasn't completely dead, but after I passed the airport and the Mesa Verde complex, the 10 got super quiet again, and it seemed like there was no one but me out there for miles and miles. I was just trying to keep myself awake with some music and by blasting some cold air when suddenly I noticed a pair of headlights in my rear view. Someone was coming up on me, and really fast too, and seeing how fast they were going, I honestly figured it was the police. I didn't panic or anything, I wasn't doing anything wrong, and I didn't have anything in the car that I shouldn't have, and so I just sat tight, kept my speed, and let them get closer and closer. When they got so close that their headlights were blinding me if I looked up into the rear view, I figured they'd pass, and they'd pass. They're causing us to become numb to anything they're planning, just a random thought, what do I know? I mean, it is true. I mean, if you generally do push back against things as a mass, like there's a reason why they call it predictive programming when it comes to the, subconscious implantation of like certain dystopian ideas within movies that end up, proving themselves true later. It's that you you almost expect it. You almost like anticipate the fact that there has to be a degree of like dystopian government that takes over you. It's almost like you see it so many times you start wanting it, you know? But I generally do think that people should speak out against, you know, authoritarianism in any fashion, you know, whether it's left or right, or somebody doesn't agree with you don't agree with their political identities or whatever. Like, have the discussion, understand that if you as citizenry can have communication with each other without like just completely shutting down like a retarded person, you can actually make a difference and not allow that predictive programming to eventually manifest down the line. So desensitization started with all the unnecessary wanton sexual imagery in movies and TV shows, violence. It's just that's a good point too. Yeah, you see it in games, and then you see it in real life, and you're kind of loosely familiar with it. Maybe it's not quite as much shock. Yeah, debates are very healthy for sure. When they got so close their headlights were blinding me if I looked up into the rear view, I figured they'd pass and keep going. But they stayed put, right behind me in the same lane, and didn't budge for at least a couple of minutes. I'm trying to figure out if these guys really are cops, because it looked like they were driving in one of those big sliding door vans. Only this one was all blacked out, like even the windows looked like they were tinted. Now, there was nothing on it to say that they were police, and no lights on the top either, so I started getting really nervous thinking, what the hell do these guys want with me? Like I said, they stayed behind me like that for a couple of minutes, and then by the time they dropped back a little, they sped up to try and pass me, and I was actually super relieved. Now, I thought because they weren't trying to follow anymore, I was out of danger, when in reality, I was in more danger than I could have ever even imagined. I just let them pass, because what the heck was I going to do? But then instead of passing me and speeding off, the black van pulled back into the same lane as me and then started cruising maybe 10 to 15 minutes in front like it was trying to block me. I thought, oh, big deal, right? Like I could just slow down and lose them. But I didn't think that I'd need to, so I didn't. I stayed right where I was, slowing only a little to just a safe distance between us, and then kept on cruising just like the van was. Oh, I had no idea what they were up to, and I think maybe curiosity really did almost kill the cat here, because when the van's rear doors swung open, and I saw a man in leathers with some kind of bandana wrapped around his face, I kind of just froze up. I couldn't think of a single good reason why he'd want to open the back doors like that, and for a second, I thought he might be planning on jumping out for some reason. I don't know, I have no idea what I was slinking. 3IA Atlas is a psyop? Why is that? What's psyoptic about the 3IA Atlas? Was it just to like dilute people's discussion about aliens or asteroids or something during that period of time, or just a distraction? Sitsitar, thank you for the gifted membership to Mad77. I was asked to go for a monster truck rally. I said no, I don't want to sit with 90% of people I voted against. Well, I mean, I don't know. I feel like that kind of line of thought is just going to like continue to like dehumanize your fellow citizen. I mean, because really at the end of the day, I mean, that's just seems to be a successful psyoping of like the human population by dividing them into two camps and then saying that, you know, both these camps can't even be friends at all. And you know what I mean? Like that's just not, it's not a good way to approach it, because who knows, you might have had a great time watching monster trucks. No one would have fucking ever probably said a fucking single thing, and if they did, you just tweet about it later, and or maybe, who knows, maybe even make a friend, right? Crushing cars, so entertaining. I mean, whatever you want to do, I don't give a fuck what you do with your free time, you know what I mean? But I'm just saying, like maybe that's why you didn't want to go, because you just didn't want to go. But I mean, like, to sit there and be worried that you could like make friends with someone that you've like kind of generated a narrative of in your head. Like, that's just, it's a childish way of thinking. I'm not trying to be rude. I'm just saying, like, you'd probably be a lot happier if you just let that go. Oh, you're just kidding. Oh, okay, I'm sorry. I'm retarded. I mean, crushing cars is kind of sick. If you haven't seen, honestly, if you go to like a monster truck shows are pretty cool. I remember the one time though I went to one and it took them a fucking hour to get the lady into the cannonball thing to shoot it, and then when they did, it was the dumbest thing I'd ever seen. It was just like boom, and then they fell into like a net. So that was that. And then a fucking liberal came out of nowhere and blew the place up like ISIS. I went to a monster truck show. I didn't care who was there, and I was there for the show. Hell yeah, brother. I couldn't think of a single good reason why he'd want to open the back doors like that, and for a second I thought that he might be planning on jumping out for some reason. I don't know what I was thinking. All I did was lean on the brake a little and put just a little more feet between myself and that van. I just had no idea that I'd moved right where he wanted me. I dropped back a little more, still wondering what the hell these guys were doing and why they didn't have any plates on the back of their van. I then watched as the man with the bandana around his... I then watched as he whipped out his cock and started straight up jorking it. Joe, many liberals does it take to change a log by bulb? That's a good question. I'm not sure. I don't even know what a log by bulb is, but it does sound kind of complicated. Poll tonight? Yeah, what poll should we do? What are you guys gonna ask? Actually, sometimes the polls, I think, count as like engagement. So, do you love your grandmother? Question mark. It's a misspelled tweet that I read humorously. Look up sometime for a little laugh. That's funny. What was it again? It was like a slur or something. Joel hates my polls. Get that poll away from me. Is Santa real? Still want to know what sort of car Pradeep would drive if he could drive. Oh fuck, it'd probably be like some stupid little Stuart Little bullshit. He'd think he's so cool. Meep meep, look out. But like he only gets in it just to like... He like sits... He would sit in his little dumb Stuart Little cat car outside my room in the morning and just beep the horn until I get up to feed him. And then whenever I... And then when I open the door, he does like a frantic fucking like 3-point turn, smashing into the walls in the hallway to like speed down the hall and get to the kitchen. Whereas Pradeep, he's behind me. He's behind me, isn't he? Okay. Do you love your grandmother? I guess that's the question. Yes. Of course. No, wait. I actually would like to see if anybody doesn't love their grandmother because they'll get banned. Just kidding. I mean, honestly, I think about that. How terrible would it be to have a really mean grandma? What a terrible world. Like, how could you make it to grandmother status and be a mean one? A Grinch grandmother. How the frick did I eat 175 grams of protein today? No, that's good, right? That's like probably what like the amount you want if you're like a girl. Because all that protein gets used for some type of repairing or functionality. Your grandma's dead. Does that mean you can't love her anymore? If you're a girl. If you're just a little girl who doesn't even know how to even have a chicken, eat a chicken. You never met your grandmother on either side. Well, listen. I love them. Either way. I then watched as the man with the bandana around his mouth began to smile at me. I obviously couldn't see his mouth, but I could see it in his eyes. That or the dust was getting to him, because it's like he squinted before turning his back on me and carefully leaning down to grab something. Now, I might sound like some crazy or dumb to y'all who are reading this back in almost slow-mo, and maybe I was just too tired and slow or naive as heck, but I could not conceive of what he was about to do now. Joel loves grandmothers, perhaps a little too much.
We love our gilfs. Big fan of gilfs around here. Gilfies, we call them. Can I take a gilfie?
What's a gilfie?
It's like a selfie with your grandmother, but we're having raw dog sex. She can't get pregnant, so it's perfect. It's really nice.
But I could not conceive of what he was about to do next, no matter how obvious it seems looking back on it. And so I just watched as the guy hauled something up into his arms, turned around, and then tossed it out onto the freeway in front of him. I saw what it was way too late, and I guess that moment of panic really did slow me down, but I had just enough in me to turn the wheel at just the right moment, so that when that old engine block came bouncing up off that highway, he threw an engine? A big-ass engine block. He took it out of his own car. Guys, can we identify the non-grandparent lovers? Still on for chicken salad and lacrosse tomorrow, Thursday at the 29th. Listen, I feel like the only sport that I do is milkshakes, really extra large ones, and jumping on trampolines. Oh, you know what would be kind of sick? If they had like a big trampoline racquetball. No, that would not work at all, would it? Well, yeah, that wouldn't fucking work at all. Maybe in like space or something. Am I from up north somewhere?
Yeah, the deep north.
So then when that old engine block came bouncing up off the blacktop, it smashed into my windshield on the passenger side and not into me. And once it hit, instinct told me to slam on the brakes, and so that's what I did, bringing my car to a spinning, screeching stop. Before I realized that I was covered in glass and there was basically a giant gaping hole where my windshield used to be. I just remember sitting there and shaking after I turned off my engine, and then I got out, walked to the side of the highway with my phone and dialed 911. And it wasn't until I described exactly what had happened as calmly as I could that I suddenly just broke down when the operator told me to stay on the line while she transferred me to someone. After that, it was a case of guiding the cops and EMS to where I was so I could be taken. And after that, it was a case of guiding the cops and EMS to where I was so I could be taken to the ER. Aside from a few cuts and some mild whiplash, I was pretty much good to go, but I was reminded of just how lucky I'd been by that doctor. The cops had said the same thing, and that's why I say reminded. Hey, hello Tiff, what's up? Hello. What soda do I recommend? We got a couple of options. We got Sprite Zero Sugar if you want something light. And then we got Dr. Pepper Zero Sugar if you want something with a little more heft to it, with just a hint of caffeine in every 8-ounce bottle. Very, very bubbly. My $1 million business idea is selling kombucha snow cones at music festivals. Oh. Yeah, I mean, you could do that in like a food truck, basically. Start your own food truck, and you could take that to really every location. You just have to, I think you just have to coordinate it and get your license. And I mean, it's a big pain in the ass and a bit of an investment, but I hear it's like one of the things that, like, if you're just starting out with shit, it pays back like pretty fast. Dr. Pepper, of course. Of course, it's the doctor. Can't go wrong. I don't know, my paternal my dad told me she was abusive. I believe it because he was too. I told my maternal grandmother that I hated her when I was like 10 years old. I still feel that way. Like gyms? Well, I don't know. I feel like gyms are a bad idea. That was one of those ones where I was not thinking that through. And honestly, if there would have been like grander consequences for the financial ramifications of me deciding to assist someone with starting a gym, I probably in a different world would have killed them, just in Minecraft. But like, you know, when it comes to a food truck, I've just heard them like be, you know, maybe look into it, but I've heard them have been more successful. Especially if you can cook food. That's always a start. The cops had said the same thing, and that's why I say reminded, but at the time it didn't all the way feel lucky. I don't know why all the way, it just sounds weird. But at the time it didn't all the way feel lucky, and it wouldn't for quite some time. I knew I was lucky to be alive, and it wasn't like I was completely blind to how lucky I'd been in that respect. But all I could think about in the months afterwards was, why me? Like, why did they pick me of all the people they could have picked to throw a damn engine at? Like, I don't know, were they trying to kill me? I just didn't want to know what it was about me that... Like, I know they were trying to kill me. I just want to know what it was about me that made them think, yeah, this is the one. Let's turn her into hamburger meat. The cops didn't find that van or the people inside it, and I don't mean any disrespect to the boys in blue when I say this, but I didn't have much faith that they would. It was a black van, no plates, traveling in the middle of the damn night in the middle of the damn desert, and it might as well have been a ghost. And that fits too, because you know something? It sure as heck haunts me like one. Because it crawled on my butt like a ghost. Makes me think of that one movie called Chef, basically a guy owning a food truck. And then that's it, like nothing bad happens. He makes a decent living and goes to bed every night. I'm so sick right now, listening to you in the sleeper of my semi-truck. Damn, I'm sorry. Yeah, it seems like a lot of people have been getting sick.
We must increase our vitamin D3 with K2 intake. Probably a little bit of omega-3s, maybe some omega-6s thrown in there. A little bit of zinc, a little bit of mag. Not the kind that gives you diarrhea, and maybe not all at once. Definitely not all at once.
I don't know. Boof all vitamins. You're fighting a cold right now, can confirm. Yeah, my mom had pneumonia. She was sick for a solid month, and she had to have antibiotics. She's doing better now, thankfully, but I don't know, you get a little worried, because my parents are like in their... Well, my mom is in her late 60s now, or whatever, and I don't know, you get to that age where you're like, some stupid fucking shit could kill you out of nowhere, like a piano falling from a skyscraper. First time joining one of the lives so far, loving the silliness and vibes, going, hey, thanks Violet, good to see you. Yeah, we're just, basically I just record the stories, we chill, we say stupid shit, and that's pretty much it. And then we talk about Epstein eventually. That's the routine. At this point, everyone's got like a bingo card or I talk about the same shit every stream. And I recorded the stories. He recorded the stories. Oh, bingo. Bingo bango. Volleyball? What's volleyball? Is that like racquetball, but just with one ball? Release the list. Those are like, okay, here you go. And then your mom's on it. I'm glad your mom is okay. I had head walking pneumonia a couple years ago and it was horrible. Yeah, what was the best way to get rid of it? Did you just go on walks and stay hydrated and stuff? Haven't heard Meek Mouse. Meek Mouse. Joel, give you a hug. Give you a snug. What's going on? Are you dying? Okay, this is story 3, and it should be fucking terrifying. This is my first live. Got a Dr. Pepper and having a good time. Hell yeah, that's all you really need in life sometimes. Dr. Pepper and something to stare at. I know someone was driving normal speed and a little kid ran out. It was a multi-lane, higher speed street, and the driver didn't have time to stop. Dead kid, traumatized driver. What are you talking about? That happened to you? Joel, you seen the house doing SOS? No, where's this? Is the house doing SOS? Were mysterious lights flashing SOS at abandoned suburban home? Police respond. Video posted on TikTok Sunday, which is now owned by Israel, showed the home in plain field with a porch light flashing and what a poster said resembled Morse code for SOS. 3 short flickers, 3 long flickers, and 3 short flickers. The person reporting was a drunk nurse off duty who thinks she fucking knows everything. A mysterious scene in the apparently abandoned suburban Chicago home was raising concerns that viral footage appeared to show lights turning on and off. Alright, where's the end? Another user posted similar footage at home and said the scene had happened over the last few months. At the minimum, it is creepy. At worst, something horrific is happening. At the very least, we would hope the authorities would investigate and or communicate what is going on. If nothing is going on, please don't use an SOS setting on your lights. God damn it, says the sheriff. At the very least, authorities are taking this seriously and are checking the house out, said the TikToker who thinks everything they fucking post is important and they're a bunch of retards. The sheriff's office told NBC Chicago that deputies visited the house twice but observed nothing suspicious. Alright, nice. It was my house, I'm sorry guys. Israel GPT leak Avengers Doomsday. RSV is going around up here massively. Both my grandsons got it. 1-year-old sick as fuck with it. Not sure if it's just a California thing that's going around, but it's hitting big around here. Yeah, who knows? That shit moves quick. Did I see the movie Dust Bunny? No, what's that about? Skijoring. What is skijoring? Can you put a lights on SOS mode? Maybe. Who knows? Maybe it's like connect your lights to Alexa and then now you have like Bluetooth lights. Because I think they have those smart bulbs that every time you turn them on they do like a double flick like there's an electrical issue, but really it's just saying I'm ready to connect to Bluetooth and create a sonar signal that'll map out your entire house so the thought police can come and kill you. Thank you, Alexa. That's what I wanted in my whole life. Dust bunnies make me think of the big comfy couch. Yeah, there was like some, way back in the day. I feel like it was on Nickelodeon. I don't know what channel it was on. Do you guys remember this show? It was like it was a fucking show. It was a television show. And I think it was made out of claymation. And they would literally go into a couch and everything was like claymated and had dust bunnies in the couch. And they would do certain things. The change would talk. My ex still got access to my patron that subbed to you. She introduced me to you and listens to it on it. Still should I cut it off for her. It's been 6 months. I mean, it's up to you. I mean, you probably want to cut all ties with an ex, really, right? It's just so you don't feel like, just so you as a person can feel a little bit like, you know, less negative emotions. So don't even worry about me, man. I don't need any money. Like, for real. Want to hear claymation thing, a celebrity deathmatch? Yeah, celebrity deathmatch was so good. I'm looking this up, guys. I'm sorry. Let's waste more time. What was this show that was claymation, but it was about going on an adventure in a couch where they saw, you know, the frickin' pennies and lost sock and some other stuff in the couch. Bump in the night, is that a thing? What goes bump in the night with the green monster that eats socks? Was that it? What goes bump in the night? Creepy pictures. Oh my god, is this it? I legitimately don't know looking at it, but like I get a vibe that this could be fucking... Oh yeah, with the one that would like bite on its hands and shit. I don't remember the girl with the orange hair. Let's see here. Oh, the vibe you're talking... Dude, also, why the fuck does ChatGPT always say to me, like, I know exactly the vibe? Like, it talks to me like such fucking, like, Zoomer talk. I hate it. The surreal inside the couch fever dream. Nickelodeon. Claymation stop motion. The big comfy couch. Oh, yeah, somebody mentioned that. Was that it? Oh, yeah, and it also says bump in the night. I'm leaning towards bump in the night, guys. Anyways, if you haven't seen Bump in the Night, give it a look-see. I had one of those light bulbs that connects to Alexa on my front porch light just because I like changing the color on it. Someone stole it. Dude, why is everyone so bad on Earth? Can we just be good little boys and girls and whatever between? Come on. Are You Afraid of the Dark? Yeah. I feel like Are You Afraid of the Dark was good, but it was almost like when I was a kid, it was like scarier than Goosebumps to me, so I didn't watch it. We aren't bad, we are human. Some of us are bad humans, I mean, honestly. Like, if you were to catch that person that stole your light, like, you legally should be allowed to spank them until they understand. What did the AI tell me again? It said, oh, it just says like, oh man, like it's like, oh man, I know exactly the vibe you're talking about, with like a laughing emoji. That surreal inside the couch fever dream energy. It's like, why are you talking to me like that? When did I ever communicate with this AI to make it think that this is how I want it to speak to me? It's like, what the fuck is it doing? I don't know. I think that happened once Israel bought ChatGPT. They're mocking us, guys. They're mocking us. It's Charlie Kirk. He's actually... Someone made a good point. They said, what if AI isn't actually real? It's just like a huge just chat farm over in India, and it's just like a billion people like typing out answers really fast. This is a possibility. I don't even know what's going on right now because my volume is all the way down, but that's gay. I'm deleting this comment later. Doesn't make... Okay. More than 20 years ago now, back when my son James was still in elementary school, we took a trip down to Bethesda, Maryland from New York so he could see his grandma. Now, it was kind of messed up from the start, I guess, because I had something come up at work on the Friday we planned to leave. And this meant that I couldn't get on the road until about 8:30 in the evening, meaning I wouldn't arrive in Bethesda till after midnight at the latest. Now, I called ahead to my mom and made sure that was all okay, and she wasn't happy at having less time with her grandson, but there really wasn't much that could be done. And so after getting her to agree to stay up later than usual, me and James hit the road. And about 2 hours into the journey, I stopped at a little gas station near Rising Sun in Maryland when I realized that I needed to... You're going to cry. Am I not going to attack her for that comment? Dude, I should go nuts, man. I should go freaking crazy. I should crash the frick out. Once you realize AI can write you personalized smut. What? What do you mean? Who wants to read porn? Girls? About 2 hours into the journey, I stopped at a little gas station near Maryland when I realized About 2 hours into the journey, I stopped at a little gas station in Maryland when I realized I needed a coffee and a bite to eat. James was asleep in the back seat and I was worried about waking him up as I shut my car door, but he was still at that age where when he was out, and his eyes stayed closed after I shut the door. I got one of those big, super strong gas station coffees, a soda for James, and then a bag of those mini powdered donuts because I knew all that sugar would push me through the rest of the way. And then after walking back to my car, I found James was awake. And thinking that shutting my car door really had woken him up, I apologized and then turned in my seat to hand him his drink. And that's when I saw the key ring that he was now holding. Now, at first glance, it looked like it was a little clown holding a sign of some Looks like a little fucking clown. What the fuck? Looks like you're holding a little clown. Can you yoink my poink counterclockwise, please? Can you give me an Indian burn, please, Chat BBC? But on the inside. Crystal Raven, thank you for the gifter to Menopause Sucks. Guys, does menopause really suck that much? Come on now. Quit making a big deal.
JK, I was just kidding. JK, it stands for just kidding. It's kind of like when you say I'm using my calc to calculate certain things. Calc is short for calculator.
It sucks even more, actually. Fuck, dude, come on. Guys, whatever happened to locking in? You're on, what do? When you're on menopause, which I thought had something to do with Paw Patrol, it doesn't. If you get on menopause, just go to the gym. At first glance, it looked like a little clown holding a sign of some description, and I asked him what it was while taking a look at it and saw how the clown's little sign read, Flying Plow Circus. It wasn't plastic either, it was like mass-produced. Oh. It wasn't plastic either, like it was mass-produced. It was wooden and looked almost handmade. And when I asked James where he got it, he said a man had given it to him. Now, naturally, this didn't ring any alarm bells at first, and I was about to just let it go. But then I asked when the man gave it to him, to which James replied, a minute ago, while you were in the store. Again, this didn't scare me like it should have, because I'd locked my door. Now, I'd never leave my kid in an unlocked car like that while I went into a store, and since sleepy 6-year-olds aren't the most reliable and frequently play pretend, I didn't really take them seriously. But that's when James said something along the lines of, yeah, he did something funny to the door, like, then it opened, and then he told us to go visit sometime. Now, I remember my pulse getting faster as I asked James if he was serious, and if he was sure. He told me he wasn't lying, and that the man used some kind of wire to open the door. Now, by the time he said that, my heart felt like it was about to burst out of my chest. I asked what the guy looked like, and James just said, normal. And then as I got out of my car and looked around the parking lot, I don't think I'd ever been so close to a panic attack in my whole life. I tried to calm myself down as best I could, and then I asked James to tell me the whole story again from start to finish. He was starting to pick up on my vibe, so he was starting to get all confused and kind of upset, and I had to assure him that he hadn't done anything wrong and that he just needed to tell me what happened, and then he went over it with me a second time. It made my skin crawl to think about, and it still does too. The thought of some creep watching people, waiting for an opportunity to break into someone's car and so they could creep on their kid. I kind of popped the penis hole. Forgot to shout out a 29-month social... Sorry, I got dyslexia. Crystal, thank you again for the gifter. And, oh my gosh, Elizabeth Knapp, sorry about that. Thank you for the 29 months. A shout out to my mother, is the strongest person I've known. She is a fighter and the most amazing person tonight. We are listening to you together. Thank you. She must be in the UFC. If she's a fighter. Back squats, 900 pounds. UFC champ. Oh yes, Elizabeth, so sorry about that. Thank you for the 2. God bless your mother. Thank you so much. Thank you. You can't go to the gym when you feel like you're on fire. No, I was just kidding. Sorry. Sometimes I just be saying shit, you know what I mean? Y'all mean, y'all? Do y'all mean? Okay, I should actually probably make this 1.5 spacing. He did something funny to the door. Hey, Katie Flowers. Dude, what's happening, dude? I feel like you haven't been in here in like a minute and a half. A New York minute and a half. Which is like super fast. 13.5 font. You got it. You got all my stats written down. 13.5 inches. Logging that in. Asked James if he said he did anything weird. So yeah. Oh wait. Like, I know all the guy did was give James... No. I made my skin crawl to think about. Still does. The more I remind you of Rad Brad. Really? Dude, it's so funny. Like, Rad Brad was one of the YouTube channels. I didn't really watch him, but I remember I like loosely kept an eye on him. You know how like sometimes when you're content creating, you just sort of look at people to like judge yourself based off of their success, even though that makes literally no sense to do. But I just remember like, I remember being really jealous of Brad back in the day because he would post daily and get like, I mean, he still does. He gets really good views, and I'm happy for him. Oh shit, Shadow of the Colossus is an absolute masterpiece. Oh, it's a members video he'd played. Interesting. Wonder how many views the memberships video. I guess it wouldn't tell you. It wouldn't even freaking tell you. That's cool. Rad Bradza seems like a nice boy. I have not been out Chia in a minute and a half, Tyler, and I drove from North Dakota to Arizona. We've been here a month and we're adjusting to our schedule. I work until 8 p.m. most nights. So eepy. Damn, that's crazy. But that's congratulations on the move, though. That's awesome. What's my celebrity look-alike? Oh, man. I mean, I've said before, it's Danny DeVito mixed with Wesley Snipes. Have ChatGPT throw that together for you. Sprite is so cool, man. I don't care if it's eroding my insides and spiking my cortisol. It's fucking delicious. Isn't that just Beetlejuice from Howard Stern? Hanging around. I don't give a fuck about no money, man. I don't give a fuck about no money. Hanging around. Beetlejuice, it's actually, I'm so happy that Beetlejuice got like a resurgence of, oh man, just like success. I mean, how can you not like Beetlejuice and all of those clips? Yeah, he's so cool. What's up, Sonomi? Who's a gay fish? You. You're the gayest fish in town. It made my skin crawl to think about, and it still does. The thought of some creep watching people, waiting for an opportunity to break into someone's car so they could creep on their kid. Like, I know all the guy did was give James a key ring, but that's his cover story, right? All he's doing is giving the kid a key ring till the parents take too long coming back, and then it's diddling or abduction time. I asked James if he said or did anything weird, or if he acted in a weird or creepy way, and James said the only weird thing he said was, "Your dad knows me." And even though he was 6, he was skeptical seeing that we didn't even live there. I was freaked out, y'all. The idea of what might have happened scared the hell out of me, but once I saw that there was no one around for me to blame, that fear turned to frustration and then straight up anger. I think if James had pointed someone out like that's him, I'd have straight up torched that dude, and I'd be writing this from prison or something. Not that a jury in their mother effing land would convict me of something like that, but you see my point. I told James to hand me the keyring and then told him if anything like that ever happened again, he was to yell for me as loud as he could, and he hasn't. James and his giant peach, his giant clapper. Is so creep on Joel's kid for real. Also, by the way, Joel definitely started working out in the gym, and it's crazy amazing. And being in Arizona, we hike every day, and we drive an hour to Sedona today, and it was amazing. Katie, I'm proud of you, honestly. That's amazing. Just like that type of active life. Like, you don't even have to go too crazy with it, but just getting like active walking in, hiking, moving weights around, eating whole foods. Like, it's going to change your life, and I'm proud of you. I'm happy your new life is happening. If you could solve one unsolved mystery, what would it be? Maybe the Benet Ramsey girl. Because recently I saw some like clip, and it was saying that like Epstein had a picture of Jean Benet Ramsey in his like house in one of the like Epstein files, and I was like, what the fuck? And it was like a picture of him with Jean Benet Ramsey, and I was like, wait a second, did Epstein kidnap that girl? Is she tied into that somewhere? Because isn't that like case like still unsolved? Who killed those lesbian girls in the woods? I think there was a solution at the end of my video I have linked to the top, the true crime one. I guess I could just fudge. Does that link even work? Oh wait, let's see. If Jackson, no, okay. I think wait, does this work? In 2024, DNA from the crime scene was matched to Walter Leo Jackson Sr., a convicted serial rapist who died in prison in 2018. So Walter Leo Jackson Sr., a convicted serial. If Jackson was still alive today, he would have been charged with the murders of Loli Winans and Julie Williams. Damn. It's sad. Sorry, spoilers. We got to Arizona, slept 5 hours, then we hiked Camelback Mountain, which had like hard people here. Weird, but the sights make it worth it. That's cool. Hard people? Which is like hard. Oh, it was hard to hike. I think you said it had hard people. Like everybody walked around with like a boner. I want to find who killed Joseph Augustus Zarelli, the boy in the box. It's such a sad case. Yeah. I heard of the West Memphis 3 case, the one that I can't ever get over. It's trying to change. Oh, you're right. It is time to. Wait, no, it's not actually time to change from Krampus yet, because it's still winter, technically. And that could just be Mr. Winter staring at his globe. I told James to hand me the key ring, and then told him if anything like that ever happened again, he was to yell. I told James to hand me the key ring, and then told him if anything like that ever happened again, he should yell for me as loud as he could, and he wasn't to stop until I'd appeared to protect him. I told him he'd been very brave and he hadn't done anything wrong, and then gave him the speech on how not everyone who acts friendly wants to be friends. And then once all that was said and done and my heart rate had returned to normal, sort of, we got back on the road again. I remembered the name of the road that I was on a couple of minutes later because I looked it up later when I decided to call the cops. It was called Conowingo Road, a name I don't think I'll ever forget because I was driving down and I saw the sign saying Flying Plow Circus 1 mile ahead. I remember how the rage boiled up in me like you wouldn't believe, and I actually put my foot down thinking, I'm going to give these a-holes a piece of my mind. I powered along the highway, probably dipping over the speed limit a couple of times, till I finally found a sign saying Flying Plow Circus next right. I don't know exactly what I was planning. Maybe just find where the carnies... The carnies... Joel, carnies is actually a slur. You can't make fun of people who work at the circus. That'd be funny if, like, when people start getting mad at you about stuff, you just, like, start orgasming. What the fuck do you think you're doing? Like, how the fuck would you ever even fucking ever think to say something? You just go, right in their face, right in their fucking stupid face. What can they say to that? Brandon Swanson, did he do that? I don't know exactly what I was planning. Maybe just find where the carnies' trailers were, then curse up a storm on how they needed to keep a leash on their pedo co-workers before he gets himself shot. I wasn't dumb enough to start a fight with a whole bunch of random circus folk, and I wasn't about to let their buddy get away with what he did either. But then after making that turn and driving down this dark Welcome to Durka Street. But then after making the turn and driving down this dark, God fucking damn it. Sorry. Sorry, Grandma. Try saying dark dirt. Dude, try it. Just try and say that 50,000 times till you're dead. But that's all, folkies. I'm scared of the dark. I'm scared of the dark. But then after making the turn and driving down this dark dirt road to where a circle of trailers were sat, I changed my mind completely. If I could describe that collection of trailers in 2 words, those 2 words would be horror and movie. There was a fire in the middle of them and a bunch of people gathered around it, and then when they saw my car, I saw a couple of them turn to look at me. I couldn't make much out. They were just these dark shapes with a fire in the background, but dude, I've got it bad tonight. I'm actually malfunctioning. Can I motorboat myself? Is that a request? Does that get rid of the does that get rid of dyslexia when you go How many Zen pouches is too many to take in a 2-hour period? Oh God. I guess you just gotta keep an eye on tummy aches, but I don't know. I've heard Zens are like not so good, man, especially like too many in the milligrams. How much I've been talking tonight, I'm not even on the leaderboard. Dude, I don't know. Dude, I genuinely have no freaking clue how that leaderboard works, why YouTube even uses it, what it has to do with anything. It's just like a weird, annoying thing on the screen that doesn't even coincide with anything. And there was a fire in the middle of them, and a bunch of people gathered around it. And then when they saw my car, I saw a couple of them turn to look at me. I couldn't... Come on now. Your husband got sick the first time he tried a Zyn. I usually get a bellyache when I do Zyns too. Like, my friend's like, want a Zyn? And it's like, fucking not really. Like, literally anytime I've ever used a Zyn, even if it's just like even if it's just 4 milligrams, I'll put it in, get like one, maybe 15-second buzz of slight euphoria, and then after that, it's just like, I don't want to eat anything, and I feel like I might throw up a little bit. If you write what the streamer is saying, it shoots you up in the leaderboard. I went from 16 to 3 a few minutes ago. You write what I say? That's kind of interesting. Guys, just transcribe everything that's said in this stream over and over again till I go insane. Zyn made me feel sick, but for some reason Velo doesn't make me feel sick. Dude, you're right. Yeah, the Velos. I took some of those. They were like way more whatever the fuck. Your girlfriend got her ankle bracelet caught in her earring and fell off in the pool. How'd it get in her earring? What was her ankle doing up near her ears? Now I'm kind of curious. Alright. I couldn't make much out. They were just these dark shapes with the fire in the background, but that made them even creepier looking. I realized that it might not be a case of one rogue carny, and for all I knew, the whole gang might have sent that one guy out looking for a kid to snatch and to bring him back. One rogue carny. One rogue carny. Wait, I'm buffering? What the fuck? Mods, you just manually add points to people when they're being super engaging, right? Because that's the only way it makes sense. Probably. The mods have like their own little Illuminati group. I don't know what they're doing. I realized that it might not be a case of one rogue carny, and for all I know, the whole gang might have sent that one guy out looking for a kid to snatch and bring back to them. Now I just kept on watching them, watching me for maybe half a minute more, and then after taking one look at James in the back, who by then had fallen back asleep, I thought, screw this, and then turned around and drove off. Now before James was born, if something like that happened where someone made me mad enough to hunt them down, then yeah, maybe I'd have gotten my car and been dumb enough to get my ass kicked by a dozen pissed off carnival folk. But after he was born, it was like I had this safety software installed onto my brain where everything I did sparked the thought of, how is this going to end for me? And there was no point trying to defend him for something I wouldn't survive. And there was no point trying to defend him from something I wouldn't Dude, I am actually getting worse. Like, I wish there was like some scientific way to explain why the more I read, the less my brain is able to do it. Yes. Maybe there's too much CO2. Maybe that's it. Maybe there's too much CO2 built up inside my brain, and that by yawning, I'm actually releasing all of the internal brain goo that's built up. Pop an Addy and drink some Diet Coke. That'll help. I've never taken Adderall, but I am low-key terrified that the one day I do try it, I'll fucking love it. What's up, Boop? I rejoined just now and saw the "Do you love your grandmother" poll. If you don't, you're a cold-hearted. This is true. Is that level of flexibility abnormal? What, with the ankle bracelet going up to the earring? I don't think that's abnormal. I'm just trying to think to myself the way it was so casually said, like you're in the pool and somehow the ankle bracelet snags the earring, and I'm just like, what kind of backstroke swimming technique are we using that any part of the foot ends up in that location? Just curious, almost sounds as if she's getting chemo piss in my eyes at work. For real, I'm out to have fun, guys. P.S. Adderall is fun. I have lots. Chemo piss. That sounds actually like a great username. Sup, or like a band name. Sup, guys? We're Chemo Piss. Fuck yeah. Maybe she was doing yoga by the pool and fell in. That's a good point. That's a good point. Adderall took away my whimsy. Don't do it. It's a scam. Damn. In this, field of work, I really can't risk losing my whimsy. There was no point trying to defend him from something I wouldn't survive confronting, because being a parent is literally all about living to fight another day. Life's not a game anymore for me. I have to do everything I can to protect my kid, and it's just scary as hell when you try and do all the right things and still end up with some creep breaking into your car. I called the cops from my mom's place that next day after telling her all about the man, the key ring, and all the signs from the Flying Plow Circus. They called me back basically saying that they'd been stonewalled and that no one admitted to slipping out from their camp after dark, not even for a second. And that's what confirmed it for me. If they were just a bunch of innocent, good-natured carnies just making their way in the world, then I doubt that they'd have stonewalled a pair of cops who came around asking about a kitty creeper. If there was some sketchy loner on my crew, On my crew? My crew of carnies. Listen, is there any good movies about carnival folk in Hollywood? I miss being able to eat junk food without paying for it later. I feel you, bro. Funhouse? Saving Private Ryan? True. Traveling carnival of men. What happens in Funhouse? It. Carnival Row. Carney-ish. Carnish. Hello, I'm from Connie-ish. In Birmingham. Some random passerby. Now I have indigestion. Oh, sorry. Pokemon's about carnival folk. Good night, Joe. I'm going to call it a night. I get I'll see you in the next one. Take care, bro. Hey, see you, Nasty Nate. Take care, dude. Good to see you. A group of kids break into a carnival after dark and get more than they bargained for. If there are some... If there was some sketchy loner on my crew and I thought that they were up to no good, and I mean really up to no good, I'd want them gone. So the fact that they all sort of said, "I don't know what you're talking about, officers," and that made me think that they were in on it and they were just covering for their boy. On the journey back from my mom's and while driving in daylight, I slowed near that turn that I'd seen the trailers on but didn't see any signs for the Flying Plow Circus. Now, I'm guessing that they moved on after the visit from the cops, and after looking it up, I don't think the whole Flying Plow thing was their regular name. Flying Plow something, I can't remember if it was a road or a lane or whatever, was the name of the place that they set up on, so wherever they went, they'd probably put up some new signs and under a new name, and then on they'd go. I don't even know if they were running an actual circus. I saw plenty of trailers, but no big top, but what do I know? Is that one of them? Oh, whoops. No big top. That's a bit sketchy. I don't even know if they were running an actual circus. I saw plenty of trailers, but no big top. But what do I know? But what I do know, Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. But what I do know is that one of them went out looking for kids, and almost certainly for no good reason at all.
No big top? No fucking big top? What are we going to a circus for? If there's no fucking big top.
No bearded woman? Not a single bearded woman other than in the audience? Alright. Another Sprite. Joe, when are you gonna stream watch indie movies again? Been a while. Indie movies? We watch indie movies? Oh, that's right. We would watch like the scary ones and shit. That's true. We haven't done that in a minute and a half. Maybe we could watch. I wonder what's his name. Bizarre Bub has any good ghost shit. I get honestly pretty scared of the ghost videos. What's his name? Bizarre Bub Scary. He hasn't posted anything in a month. And I think I don't think I watched this one. Yeah, maybe we can watch it at the end. And remember, you can't get gonorrhea from a bathtub. Scared, Mr. Creepy Storyteller? I, dude, honestly am. Like, sometimes I watch those ghost shit, and I feel like I'm low-key letting something in my ass. New Transformer food toys at McDonald's. Like, you can eat the toys.
The toys is food. The toys is food.
By the way, I asked someone out to the Valentine Day dance, and they said yes. Wait, you're saying you wish you could eat junk food and get away with it, but you're also going to a dance? I feel like that immediately implies you're of the age you can get away with eating some junk food. Bizarre Bub's the only channel of its kind that's actually scares me. Yeah, I think the way he does it is definitely a lot more atmospheric than some of the other commentary ones. You're not going to believe what the fuck happens in this next video, Kyle. It'd be funny if he makes YouTube videos specifically just for Kyle. Nobody else watched this except Kyle. Would I eat a rat if it was cooked well? Dude, I've probably eaten so much fucking rat. Every time I go to a Chinese restaurant or like McDonald's. Honestly, we've probably eaten human meat and have no idea. And it was delicious. Absolutely amazeballs. Scariest story I've done. Bonus if you can tell me what video. I think it was just the story about the steamroller. One of the 4chan ones. Yeah, you could really eat anything with good sauce. Okay. Try bat. Yeah, we're gonna make a new disease. A new incurable disease. Isn't it kind of like, don't you ever find it like slightly irresponsible when like the news posts, like, I don't know if you saw that one post, it was like a headline, but it's like new incurable disease spreads out of India, and it's just like, do you like, is there ever a point in like the news media's reputation or like legal obligation to the public to not freak them the fuck out? You know what I mean? Like, is it never legally on their end to not, like, one, spread bullshit, but two, not like make people lose their goddamn minds? Anyways, I wonder if the country is going crazy because they have been soylent greening us without knowing and filling us with prions. Well, I don't know. You do wonder sometimes, like, what exactly it is that leads people to just be insane, right? Because I mean, like, there's a lot of us who just like chill at home, go do normal stuff, and then just sort of passively watch the world around us do insane stuff. But I mean, like, what exactly is it? Is it, just the propagandistic nature of the media and social media that drives people to the point of putting themselves in, harm's way, or, getting in trouble, or just being fucking generally bonkers shit? I don't know. Maybe it's maybe it's a mixture of that with whatever they put in, like, weird medications. Like, who knows what medications may or may not be doing to your brain over the long term. And then on top of that, like, complete dysregulation of your endocrine system and your hormones because of, like, weird fucking glyphosate in, like, every food ever. I mean, I'm just kind of speculating here, but yeah, fluoride in the water, you know what I mean? Just, like, who fucking knows, man? Literally just cure all of that by going and squatting. Yeah, all of you guys are slowly getting brainwashed by me. This is a deconditioning stream. We are deconditioning everyone's brain away from fear and division. CNN, well, actually, I'm just spreading more fear, to be honest with you. CNN was out there spreading Iran propaganda. Everything was fine. The internet was on, and that everyone loves the Ayatollah. It's sickening. Yeah, it is fucking weird. It's quite strange, but at the same time, I generally have no desire for our military to go and get involved. I mean, I guess they were really fucking quick in Venezuela, but I mean, was it quick? I don't know. The only thing I can see in, like, a war with Iran is, like, some long extended bullshit that, say, like, we go in there and we do, like, a Venezuela, like, removal of the, leaders of the Ayatollah. I could definitively see something happening domestically that could restructure things here in the United States. Like, if there's a big blackout for, like, even, like, 6 months to a year or longer, I mean, like, there's really no coming back from that for the most part. I mean, there is coming back from it, but it's like, how would you ever live your life? It would be completely different, and the economy would just take a complete shitter. I try to watch news outlets from either UK or Australia. USA news outlets are so biased. Yeah, it's kind of strange. I don't know at what point they're just, like, isn't a responsibility to the public of giving, like, you know what I mean, like, why they wouldn't be, like, legally culpable for, like, reporting false information or whatever retroactively, but who fucking knows, man. Generators, yeah. I am definitively not ready for any sort of apocalyptic scenario. I'm kind of embarrassed. For as much as I talk about it, you think I would, like, be a prepper, but I just like to assume that nothing bad will ever happen in my life, ever. Yeah, you guys will all have to come to my live streams in person. My name's Hank. I'm a proud Texan, and I work as a bus driver, taking folks all over this great state of ours. Most of those journeys take place during the day, but sometimes I like to earn a little extra pay by taking the overnight journeys, or what you might call the red eyes. I fire up that big old rig around dusk, load her up with the sleepy travelers heading either home or away, and then take off along those long, lonely highways that stretch from Houston to El Paso and every place in between. I wouldn't call it a difficult job, because as long as you can keep the wheels turning through the witching hours and dodge all those back road deer, you can almost guarantee everybody gets what they're going safe. There's an entire neighborhood behind my house, brand new 2-story homes, sitting vacant for at least 5 years. I'm about to go squat in one of those. Wonder why they've been sitting vacant. They just, like, completely under or overestimated the market in that area or something like that? Or was it right around, you said 5 years, so that would have been around COVID, which would have been around the time that there was, like, a mass inflation from, like, the spending bills, and then obviously fucking BlackRock going around and buying up every goddamn, single family dwelling. So now they probably can't find anybody to fill it. I wouldn't call it a difficult job, but as long as you can keep the wheels turning through the witching hours and dodge all those back road deer, you can almost guarantee everybody gets where they're going safe and sound by sunup. And it's not often the bus causes you problems, because if you keep her clean and well-oiled, and she'll keep you moving and happy. It's the people that complicate things, though. Not every kind of person, but a certain kind, and all the worst rides have been down to that certain kind of person. Including this one, which was probably the worst I have ever experienced. Driving the bus across Texas. Driving the bus across Texas at night with nothing but country songs and the stars to keep me company, it sometimes makes me feel like a night watchman, one charged with guarding the whole damn state. Now, I meet all kinds of interesting people on that open road under the big Texas sky, and then watching the sun rise over the prairies after a long shift, it's pure gold, but the cons hit hard too. Your sleep schedule gets all turned around, so... What? Fuck. The hell was that? You're going to Texas in a week. Dude, do not take this bus. Do not take this bus. What are you doing in Texas? You stay out of Texas, you hear me? Rumor has it the builder company ran out of money to finish projects, so now they're just sitting there like a mini ghost town. Damn. It's kind of crazy, ran out of money. It's crazy to think that some of those places operate on such tight margins. Thanks for helping me fall asleep. You're welcome, friend. Good to see you. Your sleep schedule gets all turned around, so whenever you're working nights, you miss out double on family dinners and weekends with the kids. The fatigue creeps up on you too, and dealing with rowdy passengers or breakdowns in the middle of nowhere is no picnic. But every so often, you get a special kind of rowdy. The kind that's not just drunk and loud or complaining about fellow passengers' body odor. The kind that's dangerous. Real dangerous. So back in the fall... Back in the fall. Back in the fall. Back in the fall. Yeah. Back in the fall. Back in the fall. Back during the fall of 2007, I was on a run from Dallas to Austin, driving through the pitch black with nothing but tumbleweeds and truck stops for miles. I had this fella riding with me about 6 rows back, one that had been staring out the window and kind of muttering to himself, at least according to a fellow passenger anyway. I couldn't hear him at first, so it must have been nothing but a few grumbles and not enough to cause a scene. But then after maybe an hour on the road, I started hearing him as he started to raise his voice. I looked up into my mirror to see folks shifting uncomfortably in their seats, but nobody said a word. That happens more often than not. People learn to tune out the oddballs on long bus rides like that, but the guy didn't get any quieter. He only got louder, and as he did, the tension in the air got thicker and thicker. My guy twisted something fierce knowing trouble was simmering, and I just prayed that it'd blow over, sort of like a false alarm, but it didn't. And when it came, the guy went off like a firecracker on the 4th of July, like his fuse was sizzling away for a while, all quiet. You want to take off your hoods and robes? Guys, you're at a cult meeting. You can't just break uniform. Alright, go ahead. But you better have worn something underneath. This is for everybody going through tough times. Believe me, been there, done that, but every day above ground is a great day. Remember that. True. Sort of like his fuse was sizzling. When it came, the guy went off like a firecracker on the 4th of July, almost like his fuse was sizzling. What the fuck is wrong with me? Almost like his fuse was sizzling away for a while, and then bang, off he went, and there was no stopping him. I heard someone say something to him, I guess a sort of shut up or something to that effect, and the guy replied with a full-throated roar, and then went at that challenger like a freaking skunk pig. I looked back for just a second to see him leaning across the center aisle, lunging at the person I assumed did the back-talking. I had to keep my eyes on the road, but I looked up into my mirror to see fits of raining fists. It's getting ripped apart 28 days later style. Anybody got any weird pets? Anybody got like a pig pet? Or anything of that nature? Like a skunk pig or... I don't know. Like a monkey? Hey, Supernova, take care. Good to see you. You got a tapeworm. It's really easy to feed. You had a duck as a kid? That's cool. You have a black widow? That's terrifying. Aren't you ever afraid it's going to get out and bite your butt? I used to have stick bugs. That'd be fun. I used to have a tarantula. Dude, I just can't do spiders. Lizards. Just a weird cat. Crows. That's sick. Did they all obey you? Could you make them like rip someone apart if you wanted? You keep tarantulas? That's crazy. I mean, I guess it's not crazy to you, but... And I'm sure you get used to it, but I mean, I've seen even like videos where they open the front of the cage and then they have like, they're trying to like feed it, like hand feed it. But then it fucking like dives at their hand out of nowhere, like, yeah, I'm gonna fucking kill you. 150-pound tortoise, that's awesome. What's an isopod? You got a mouse, a moose, ferrets. Used to have a Canadian goose. You have a horse, that's cool. I'm always like low-key afraid a horse is gonna like just kick my head off one day. African gay parrot. You got a spider. My dad had a tarantula when he was a kid. It's crazy. Can't believe those just like casually sell them and they're never really like an issue, it seems like, or as big as you really think. Honestly, I wouldn't mind buying a tarantula and just low-key releasing it in someone's house. I know that sounds terrible. Okay, never mind. Don't do that. I'm not advocating for that at all. Don't do that. But you can imagine. Don't like spiders, tarantulas are adorable. Oh, interesting. Would you handle one? What's their bite feel like? Tamagotchi. A Tamagooch. Little isopods in a terrarium. They look like deep-sea giant isopods, but tiny. What's a normal isopod look like? Tiny isopods. Oh, those things. Look like bed bugs. That's cool. That seems like a lot of responsibility. I had to keep my eyes on the road, but I looked up into the mirror to see fists raining down, and then the sound of passengers screaming along with a doom, doom, doom of the big guy's fists against the other's face. They weren't fighting. It was like a beating. The kind that, if it wasn't stopped, was going to end in a casket and a family dressed in black. The bus exploded into chaos as the beating continued, with some people running for cover toward the rear and others charging the attacker to try and end the assault. And when he realized what was going on, the attacker sort of wheeled around and started swinging on the folks trying to stop him. And let me tell you, this man was no small specimen. From what I could tell, he had made short work of people trying to stop him, and I think he straight up knocked a guy out too, because something freed him up to go back to wailing on the first glide. I have a cat, I do, yeah. He's a black cat. A little boy. can imagine you toss a tarantula into someone's house, and that person just turns around and sends you a Let's Read story about it. That's the plan. Eventually I'm going to have to go generate my own content, honestly. It's like doing it's like having a fake prank channel. I have to go out and fucking kill people, probably.
Probably gotta go out there and kill people. It's really just, it's a tax write-off. I'll be honest with you.
Ugh, I have a shit ton of black widows in my garage, and they're not really my pets, but they live in there. Does that count? Aren't you ever afraid that you're gonna get I guess they don't really, like, go after people unless you... I was just thinking, like, what if you just put your hand somewhere weird and just like, fuck? And then now you have, like, a necrotic wound on your fucking wrist, slowly eating away the whole thing. Tarantulas can't bite you. Their things are too small? Really? I thought they, like, use their fangs to... almost as, like... appendages in some way. What's up, alien lover? From what I could tell, he made short work of the people trying to stop him, and I think he straight up knocked a guy out too, because something freed him up to go to... They're too small to bite. Yeah, but wait, what? Tarantulas are too small to bite? What do they do? Are they nice then? Like, do they just not bite people or get aggressive? Or when they do get aggressive, what do they do? From what I could tell, he made short work of the people trying to stop him, and I think he straight up knocked a guy out too, because something freed him up to go back to wailing on the first guy. Dude, what the fuck? Why is this last part so hard to say? Because something freed him up to go back wailing. Go back wailing. Go back to wailing? Bomba clot. Go back to bomba clotting. My favorite are the North Cal red racer snakes that are wild, but they show up in the arts at the garden snakes. I love catching those. They're so fun. I wish I was kind of like Steve Irwin, but I am not at all. Some of those people just pick fucking anything up. Oh, look at that. They so fucking kill you in a goddamn nanosecond. And then he dies. Yeah, but like if a tarantula bites you, like how many times does it bite you? I kind of like want to look it up. I also don't want to look it up, but I'm doing it. I'm brave, guys. I'm being brave. Tarantula bites hand. The monkey bites the hand. Oh, I'm getting bit. Okay, there we go. Here. Okay, those. What are you talking about? Those are literal fangs.
Those are going to pop holes in my skin for sure. 1, I'm so nervous. 2,
dude, what the fuck?
3. Ah! Yep, got me. That freaked me out. Oh my gosh. That is the most freaked out I've been around an animal. Definitely burns. It's definitely a burning sensation. I had to really try hard to get that spider to bite me. Even though these spiders are large and admittedly pretty creepy, we really have no reason to fear them. Look at the size.
What the fuck? Dude, no thank you, man. No motherfucking thank you. That bite did not look comfortable. I prefer not to bite. But then you say the fangs are like little teeny tiny. These things literally look like megalodon teeth. Anyways. I don't know, man. I just can't handle it. Daddy longlegs, they're venomous, but they're tiny fangs. Yeah, that's the only time I've ever heard the fangs are too small is like daddy longlegs. Now, tarantulas, man. Yeah, that shit. From what I could tell, he made short work of the people trying to stop him, and I think he straight up knocked a guy out too, because something freed him up to go back to wailing on the first guy he attacked, who by then was out cold and leaking blood from his nose and mouth. I didn't get a picture of all of this until later, obviously, because I was mostly trying to keep my eyes on the road while keeping an eye on the situation behind me using my driver's mirror. But then as soon as I realized the violence wasn't about to stop anytime soon, I started slowing us down so I could pull us over and get as many people as possible off that bus. Now, I didn't hit the brakes in a sort of screaming tires kind of way. You can't really do that on a bus without people sort of standing. Yeah, I don't know. I honestly probably would prefer to be attacked by, maybe like bitten by a cougar, an older one. Snails have teeth, but they're too small to bite us too. Who's going around like testing bites? Mr. Joe, your beautiful, sensual voice is perfection. Thank you, Lady Loki. Gracias. I appreciate that. I didn't hit the brakes in a sort of screaming tires kind of way. You can't do that on the bus with people standing unless you want them falling head first. And while I didn't mind if our psycho attacker banged his head on an armrest, I had to consider the other passengers too. I brought the bus to the side of the road as fast as I could, which felt painfully slow given what was happening right behind me. And then once we'd come to a stop, I opened up the doors and began hollering for people to get out as quickly as they could. I think I herded about 12 to 14 people out of the front, and there were women clutching their children, a couple of old-timers who couldn't move as fast, but everyone else moved like greased lightning. Everyone except the people trapped on the back of the bus who were being blocked from the front exit by our raging psycho. We had an emergency exit at... Didn't they say that at like golf courses, that a lot of people who like live near golf courses were having Parkinson's, and then they come to find that there was like a chemical that was being sprayed on the golf course that was like causing the Parkinson's? Was that the glyphosate or some shit, or was that the Monsanto shit? It was like getting into their water supply and then basically fucking with people's like neurological systems. That's crazy. Because, I mean, I'm sure so many people will be like, well, of course there's a bunch of Parkinson's people around a golf course. They're old. But it's like, what if there is a literal direct link to the causation of what Parkinson's is, and it's very abnormal, you know? The Roundup, yeah. Is Roundup's the same as glyphosate, or is it different? Roundup is still like from Monsanto. That's crazy. Anyways, long story short, do not retire next to a golf course. We had an emergency exit at the back of the bus, so I started yelling at the people in the back to pull the lever and push the door open so they could all scramble out onto the... We had an emergency exit at the back of the bus, so I started yelling at the people to... Dude, fuck me, man. We had an emergency exit at the back of the bus, so I started yelling at the people in the back to pull the lever and push the door open so they could all scramble out onto the road. I don't know if they just couldn't hear what I was saying over the sound of their screams, or they were too scared to turn their backs on that attacker, but they didn't do as I asked. I kept on yelling louder and louder, but then the psycho turned his attention to me and then came charging down the bus while roaring like some beast. I tried to put something between us. that something being the driver's seat, but as most of you can probably imagine, all he had to do was move a yard to the side and his fists had unfettered access to my face. I felt a couple of punches. Did you hear about the power plant, how it might have been affecting 49ers players who practice in a nearby facility? The Super Bowl teams are playing in Santa Clara but practicing in San Jose. Interesting. What do they think the power plant was doing? Making the waters warm for manatees. Is it just like radiation coming off of it or something? Was it a nuclear power plant? The moon is in Gemini. Does that mean that I'm gonna win every scratch-off ticket? It was helping the 49ers win games, yeah, and have countless injuries in all their starters. How do you handle the flubs while reading? Does it happen often or rarely because you sound awesome every time? I mean, if you come to the streams, you'll see that I mess up like probably 200 times in a row, right? And I just edit it, you know what I mean, later when I edit the video. It's just part of the process, right? I felt a couple of punches and kicks, but all I could do was try and shield my head in the hopes that he didn't do any serious damage. At one point, the guy actually grabbed one of my arms by the wrist and pulled it away so he could punch me right in the eye. All it took was one punch, and it felt like I couldn't see out of it anymore, and I knew it'd only take a couple of more of that to do some serious damage. The same pattern played out again, with people trying to get him off of me before being beaten back, and then he turned back to me and started all over again, but he didn't last long because maybe a second or two later all I heard was, "Hey, right here!" It was a young voice, almost sounded a little bit like a kid's, and then bam, there was a gunshot. And then I heard that attacker start to groan. I looked around, the vision in my right eye still kind of cloudy, and I saw the attacker was curled up on the floor of the bus near the exit stairs, and he was clutching at his belly with a blood stain getting bigger and bigger on his shirt. Standing over him was this black kid with a gun. And I say kid as he must have been in his late teens, probably early 20s, but there he was, standing over the guy with a smoking pistol, telling him if he tried to get up, he'd blow his head off. And while the attacker... Oh, man. Yeah, like the video, guys. I need to be more popular than Mr. Beast by the end of the year. I watched a Mr. Beast video, I watched a Mr. Beast video the other day. It was the one about AI versus... yeah. I don't know. I don't even know. It was like almost like I watched it with friends and it was like comedic, but it was like, you know, robots versus humans type thing. And I don't know, he looks strange, but he looks odd. Like, how the hell did he get like, he like somehow grew, right, in his like mid-20s. Somehow bro like grows in his mid-20s to like 6'5", right? And he has like weirdly colored hair now. His hair is like sort of a strawberry blonde, and then he like very clearly has something done to his like teeth, like veneers or something of that nature. Like his teeth look just excessively creepily white and straight, and I don't think he looked bad before. I'm just like, dude, when people are like stupid rich, they always do stuff that just is way too extra, to be honest with you. Do you have 15 minutes to get to the ER and get the anti-venom after a black widow bite? Most people have more severe reaction to the anti-venom because it's being made out of horse cum. Oh, I did not know that. Pause the stream and go listen to 3M by Eminem, Papa Zen, and come back to narrating. Alright, BRB. You have too much confidence to not have good teeth. That's true. Good point. What's my biggest hobby outside of making videos? Honestly, my biggest, like, if you consider it a hobby, I mean, going to the gym, just like lifting, but that's only really like an hour a day or whatever, and it's only 4 days a week. And yeah, stalking Fry, watching him jerk off in the shower. Sorry. Yeah, what else we got? I mean, just playing video games, really. My life is genuinely like way more boring than it should be. I don't know. If you guys have any ideas for cool stuff to do, please let me know. I need to go do some cool shit. Gooning. Non-stop gooning. Gooning and swooning. Gooning on Sydney Sweeney's swoons. Go to theme parks. Which theme? Ice? Ice park? With the attacker put down, and with all the fight having left him, the other passengers were able to get off the bus. People were treating the kid with the gun like he was some hero, but all he seemed interested in was getting out of there. I told him to hold his horses because the cops wouldn't arrest a man for defending people like he did. But he turned to me and, with a sort of scared look in his eye, he says, "It ain't legal. It ain't legal, man. I gotta go now." And then off he went. Lord knows where, and that's honestly the last I saw of him. And with people huddled outside in the cold, yes, Texas nights can get cold, I called in what just happened on my cell phone and then waited with the rest while Wait, what happened to the dude who got shot? Knott's. Where's Knott's at? Is that in California? It ain't legal. And then he goes and robs a bank. How old am I? Oh, I'm old. I'm 35. Well, I don't know. It's whatever. I always have to like reason with myself every time I say that number. But it is what it is. I sound young. Yeah, I mean, friends have told me, like, I literally have not changed since I was, like, 27. Like, my face just everything stayed the same. Which is nice of them to say, I guess, but, try being in your 50s. Christy, you aren't in your 50s, dude. What are you talking about? I feel like every time you come in here and you're, like, low-key lying about yo shit. I have some childlike whimsy. Yeah, that's why I can't take Adderall, or I was warned that I would lose it. I would lose all the whimsy. I'll be 27, I don't know how to feel about that, but better than the alternative. What's the alternative? Being 72? Since I turned 30, I've felt old. Did you go through this almost like I ran out of time on my dreams or some weird thing? Yeah, being 30 is a strange feeling, but I mean, at the end of the day, it's just like, you know, if there's something you want to go do, just go do it. Like, if you want to get in shape, get in shape. If you want to learn how to play guitar, learn how to play guitar. If you want to go back to school and be a foot massage therapist, you know, do it. Are you married? You're just chilling as a bachelor, 35 or good start? Yeah, I'm single. I got a cat. I'm just chilling. I don't know. I'm like, doing YouTube has been like a weird thing, because it's like, you know how like some people just kind of like meet their significant other at work? Well, like whenever I chose to like do this like full time, it kind of like took that out of it. And then my dating sort of process, you know, it's just like the process of doing it kind of like rolls back a little bit. I mean, you can do like the online dating thing, but I haven't had like a dating profile for like a long ass time. And I just generally I don't know. I don't really want to make another one. It just seems really cringe. It's like so annoying, like having to like on the dating apps, like trying to impress people. Like, what do I have to impress you for? Like, do we just vibe or do we not? Like, it's fucking straightforward. Do I want to date? I'd like to date, you know what I mean? And I do, you know, you go on stuff here and there. I'd like something to work out or whatever and be like a cool thing and be a couple of nerds just doing nerd shit and fucking going and getting food and making babies and all that kind of stuff. I mean, that would be, I think, ideal. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's tough when your brain is in a tank and a data center, true. Life is about creating peace and happiness wherever that might be to you. That's true too. I mean, sometimes I do wonder if like maybe, you know, subconsciously just who I am is really just like low-key trying to protect me from chaos, you know. I lost yet babies. I don't know. I think I would really like to have. I know some people don't have children, but like all my friends have, or not all my friends, a lot of my friends have kids, and I just think kids are so fucking funny. You know what I mean? They say the funniest shit. You can like take them. You can literally be like, "You want to go join karate? Let's join karate. Do you want to fucking join basketball? Let's join basketball. Like, do you want to learn how to do art? Let's do art." You know, it's just like all the shit that you did when you were younger. You can just be like, "Here, now it's your turn." Rocky making awesome father time to consider adopting. Yeah, I mean, I guess like if I was with somebody and down the road, it'd be like, well, all of our jizz is dried up. I guess we should jizz and eggs. A side of jizz and eggs. Maybe we could adopt or whatever, but how do I feel about age gaps? I think I don't really care, honestly, as long as two people are like happy and doing their thing and nobody gets hurt or whatever. Like, it's just, I mean, look back on the history of humankind, it's like the abstract standards that some people have where they're just like wildly judgmental of others. It's like, I mean, if two people are like happy and nobody's getting, you know, everything's kosher, I just don't give a fuck. Like, I just don't have the energy to like wake up and judge other people for what they're doing. Soulmate sounds like a threat that needs to be dealt with. Yeah. You will be trapped together. Like a cellmate. She's a spry 67. Yeah. Have I watched Snapped? No, I never. What's that about? You haven't dried up? Not yet. My old man was 56 when he had his last child. That's crazy. Was when your dad at the age of 56 had that kid, did they turn out all right? Not to be weird. I'm just always curious if there's, because you know what I mean? You hear about like people, like when they age, they're, you know, the cells have broken down or oxidized, or, you know what I mean? I mean, actually, yeah, Robert De Niro's kids he had them when they were old and they're all cool, right? Or are they psycho and did they kill him? A limerence. I just heard that word, limerence. What is that again? That's like a parasocial thing. Maybe we should audition for Love is Blind. Honestly, Love on the Spectrum is my ideal. Like, I would love to see how far I could make it on that show before people were like, wait a second. This guy's not autistic. This guy has Down syndrome. I'm late. Oh, no, yeah. Limerick is... I like my oatmeal like porridge where you can drink it. It's the best. Prove me wrong. That's true. Just send it right to diarrhea mode. Had a kid in his 80s. That's insane, dude. With people huddled outside in the cold, yes, Texas nights can get cold. I called in what had just happened in my cell and then waited while the rest... Dude, I don't know. Then waited with the rest while they either cried, hugged each other. Had a big fucking orgy outside the bus in the cold Texas cacti night. With folks huddled outside in the cold, yes, Texas nights can get cold. I called in what had just happened on my cell and then waited with the rest while they either cried, hugged each other, or just stared into space like I did, wondering how the heck things all went so bad so fast. And not long after, we all saw lights flashing red and blue across the flatlands, and then as they got closer, they were joined by sirens. State troopers rolled up first. Their guns were drawn so they could secure the scene, and then I gave them the lowdown on that berserker. I mentioned the shooter too, and I know that I should have been an honest. I should have. What the fuck? Okay. Anyways, long story short, I've been freezing my cum socks in the freezer so I can thaw them out later and wring them out to make a kid when I'm older. How long have I been live? We've been live for 3 hours and 6 minutes. Get to the chopper. When you're 50, you get a certificate from the government congratulating you for making it to that age. Thanks for getting old. That's hilarious. Wonder how much that costs the taxpayer to just hand out. And hey, Katie McFadden, what's going on? How we doing? I have gray hairs. I'm 33. It's genetic for me. Thanks, Dad. It's whatever. Who cares? A little bit of experience, as they say, man. Just got home from work. Hope all is well, Joe. Don't forget, you do great things. Thanks, Jim Hernandez. You guys are too nice to me, man. Aren't you supposed to be mean to the internet personalities? You're supposed to say, fuck you, man. You're supposed to, I'm gonna kill you and Mr. Beast in your sleep with your veneers, with your weird teeth and your strawberry blonde, pubes. Did you ever see House of Cosby? Should do something like that. I don't want to be in any house with any Cosby. Thanks, Bogle. Alright. I mentioned the shooter too, and I know I should have been honest with him, and I might have been a little selective over what I remembered because God knows I didn't want that kid's good deed treated like a bad one. And once the cops had the scene secure, the EMTs came right behind them. They hauled off that unconscious fellow with his face all busted off and then stretched off that young woman too. The one what happened to the attacker? You got gas? Hell yeah, save it in a jar for us, please. Do I have a certain type? Honestly, I don't know. I find like every type of woman is very beautiful. I just connect a lot better with ones that have just a dark sense of humor, you know what I mean? Like don't really give a hoot and a holler and just like basically angelic sweethearts that love their grandmother. Pretty much. I have pretty bad insomnia. Thanks for making videos that put me at ease at nighttime. Helps calm my mind. Hey, no worries. I got you, dude. He likes crazy. Long story short, he wants you to ruin his fucking life. Once the cops had the scene secure, the EMTs came right behind them. They hauled off that unconscious fellow with his face all busted up and then stretchered. What the fuck is that term? Stretchered. They hauled off that unconscious fellow with his face all busted up and then stretchered off that young woman too, the one the attacker had given a few hard licks. And they even checked the attacker too, who was still alive, but in a lot of pain, and then with him handcuffed to a stretcher, they took him away with a cop sitting in the back of the ambulance with him. The cops questioned everybody, taking statements while I stood there feeling like I'd aged a decade in about an hour. And the company I work for got a replacement bus out to us as quickly as they could, and then once the dust settled and the authorities cleared us to go, we were back on the road again. We were minus a couple of passengers because some had chosen to wait for kin or friends so they could ride with them instead, but we were also plus one because I got to sit back and enjoy the ride with the new driver at the wheel. The atmosphere on the bus now was pretty dark, with folks whispering to each other about what had just happened. But I preferred the talk because when it came, the silence was honestly heavier than a lead blanket. I still think about that kid sometimes, the one who shot our attacker before he could do any serious damage to me. And I guess if you told me about that guy like that... Oh my gosh. I guess if you'd told me about a guy like that walking around with an illegal gun, I'd have assumed he was a bad guy. You don't claim Mr. Breast. I wonder what that schedule's like for Mr. Breast. Like, you know what I mean? Because he's clearly just like going from here, going from there. Like, there's like a part of me that genuinely wonders if at this point he no longer like actually owns his company, but the managerial, there's like a managerial process that like hires out and finds all of these locations and people to hire, and you know what I mean? It's curious. So it's a woman's fault if her father wasn't capable of a healthy relationship. What were we talking about? Did I say something bad? I'm now single and have a dark sense of humor. Hell yeah, dude. The darkest of senses. When you become an entity, yes, you definitely have staff. He's just like floating. I guess if you told me about a guy like that walking around with an illegal gun, I'd have assumed that he was the bad guy. And I guess he sort of was one of the bad guys if he was a felon or what have you. But then all it took was one pull of the trigger at that right moment, and he became kind of a hero to me. I know there's no such thing as a perfect person, but since that night, I've never been so convinced of the existence of flawed heroes. Dun 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 dun. Do 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 do. Okay, I think that was story 4 of 5. So we got Uno Mas Story. What's up, Emma? How we doing? Do 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 do. Okay, we got one more story, guys. I'm gonna go make some tea. Gingers are kind of cursed to never be taken seriously, but it teaches us to float through life without care like magical mutants we are. Wonder why they wouldn't be taken seriously. I feel like I met plenty of redheads who, you know, it's a bit jarring. You know, you see the hair and you're like, is that fire? What is that? What's on their head? Is it some sort of magic spell? Usually it's not, but there is a curiosity about the integrity of one's eternal soul. Are they just some type of husk? Who knows? Probably controlled by a witch. Some type of witch. Just kidding. Guys, I'm gonna go make some tea. Be nice to the redheads in the chat. I'll be right back. I'm back. You guys remember that South Park episode? You guys remember that Family Guy episode where Stewie was just like, oh, fat man. Fucking get me a laser cannon. I'm back though. I got some tea. I was making it. I was literally picking the plants from the field, putting it through my processor. Oh, what the fuck did I get though? What? What the hell? It tastes like dirt. It literally tastes like dirt. Oh my god. How did that happen? I got like a new cocoa mix and it tastes like dirt. Why is this so bad? The other stuff like tastes immediately sweet and nice. What's the best compliments you've ever received? I just remember one time a girl in high school said I looked nice in yellow. And that was it. That's all I needed to hear for the rest of my life. Is it mud water? No, I can tell you the one I got. I ordered it off of Jamma John. I ordered it from St. Bezos. Let's see. Oh, why do I have to sign in? What the flurp? No. Fuck, dude. Alright, we'll do that later. Anyways. You try Frio fruit tea. It's a rhubarb cherry one. I love it. Yeah, I don't know. I just like low-key did not expect whatever the fuck this was to have like no flavor and just be like the consistency of dust. Like, what the fuck? It's like got the purple. It's got all the ingredients as like all the other cocos as a purple thing. It's even called cocoa. Whatever. This is literal hell for me, not you guys. You guys are doing fine. Me, on the other hand, I'm in some really dark place right now, but it's alright. Bit chalky, but there's just like no sweetness to it. I mean, I'm like, not like everything needs a sweetness, but I mean, if it's like advertised as cocoa, you think fucking something would have a bit of cocoa in it. Okay. So I used to drive taxis in Liverpool back in the 80s. Now, it was great money for what it was. And so even though I only planned on doing it long enough to find a replacement for the job I'd lost, I ended up driving for almost 3 years before I finally gave up. A big appeal was that I could work when I wanted. If I had something that I needed doing in the daytime, be it something with the kids' school or whatever, I could just take a few hours off, take care of business, and then head out on the jobs again at night to make up the hours. And there was no doing that in a factory or down on the docks, not without getting your pay docked anyway. But it wasn't all sunshine and roses, and I remember one particular job where for a minute or two, it didn't look like I was going to make it home to my family that night. It started when a job came through just after 10 p.m., asking me to take someone from... Just got back from a wrestling meet, looking forward to... Nice. Who was the wrestling? Was it just like school? I'm Native American, so my natural colors that complement me are natural colors, earth tones. That's cool. I'm drinking some earth tones right now. Agbirth Vale. How do I say that? How do I say it? Agbirth. Agbeth? Anfield. Or is it like on? Oh, shit. Okay. Sorry, I'm just looking up how to say these places right quick. A complementary color is clear. Anfield. Everything Justin wears is see-through. It started when a job came through just after 10 p.m., asking me to take someone from Agbeth Vale to Anfield. I got the address, drove over, and then parked up outside a small 2 up, 2 down on a dark and quiet. Parked up outside a small 2 up, 2 down. What is a 2 up, 2 down? I got the address, drove over, and then parked up outside a small 2 up, 2 down on a dark and quiet street. I didn't want to beat my horn, which was the usual method of letting a customer know that we were outside, so I gave dispatch a buzz on my radio and asked them to call the customer back to let them know that I was waiting. Dispatch said no one picked up the phone, but then maybe a second or two later, I saw someone walking out of a house and towards my car. Now, as I said, it was dark, so even though I saw the shape of them moving towards the back passenger door, I didn't get a good look at them until they were sitting behind me, and when I did, I almost pissed my kecks. He was wearing a balaclava, and after he shut the door, he sank down low in the seat to make it harder for him to be seen from the outside. Now, he had what looked like a jerry can of petrol in one gloved hand, and then with the other, he pulled out what looked like an old detective gun from his jacket, like a proper six-shooter, and pointed it directly at me. He said if I tried to run, I'd be shot. In fact, if I did anything that even remotely upset him, I was a dead man. Now, my only job was to do what he said, and when he said it, and if I did, I'd go home alive that night. And so, seeing as I didn't have much of a choice, I drove where he told me to go. We ended up parked up across from a pub not far from the Rialto on Upper Parliament Street, I remember, and the lad in the back told me to turn off the engine and then spent the next 15 minutes or so checking his watch and peering up over the solid part of the door to watch the pub through the window. He kept on checking his watch, and I kept getting the urge to try and talk him out of whatever he was about to do. But every time the words were about to come out, something stopped them. I stayed quiet, and then noticed that when the clock on my dash hit 11 p.m., the lad in the back started getting even twitchier. When I noticed people coming out of the pub, obviously around kick-out time, the lad told me to start the engine. He was watching the pub doors like a hawk, and then suddenly, he started rolling down the... I read this story before. Someone got in the back of a cab and had a can of petrol. Doesn't sound familiar. I mean, I've had read cab stories before, but... I'm so upset this tea fucking sucks. That's all I have left. As a redhead, I despise wearing yellow or orange and even most reds. Cool tones are where it's at. Blue and green are my power colors, and also white. Yeah, red. I don't know why you were talking bad about redheads. I think redheaded women are beautiful, and I mean, really everybody. Let's go through all the women. Let's ask ChatGPT to list all the different ones that they have. Can you list all the types of women? Question mark. Let's see. There's no Pokedex of women. Okay, we got the nurturer, the leader, the intellectual, the adventurer, the artist, the carefree spirit, the stoic, reserved one, the social connector, the protector, the dreamer, and then their attachment styles. This is something I really look I really ask a woman on a first, sometimes 100th date. Secure, anxious, avoidant, fearful, avoidant, independent but affectionate, highly relational, guarded but loyal, based. And then we got values and orientation. Family-oriented, career-driven, purpose-driven, freedom-oriented, like patriotic. Stability-seeking, faith-centered, justice-focused. She's a vigilante. Pleasure-seeking. Whoa. Growth-obsessed. Whoa. Double whoa. All right, then we got social energy styles. Introverted, extroverted, ambiverted. Vert ramps, observer, initiator, listener, challenger, harbinizer, annoying bitch. And then we have the aesthetic and expression styles: minimalist, feminine classic, athletic, alternative, Viking, vintage, high fashion, practical, expressive, colorful, low maintenance, and lays in bed all day and scrolls fucking social media. Then we have emotional and processing styles: highly expressive, internally processing, analytical, intuitive, emotionally regulated, emotionally intense, conflict avoidant, conflict direct, and goes fucking nuts during her period. And then we have the 7 life stage identities: exploring, building, rebuilding, settling, has 3 kids and wants you to take care of them, reinventing, healing, mentoring, and dating someone their dad's not happy about. Alright, interesting. What do you guys consider yourself? Oh, a female wizard. I'm every woman. Dun, 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 dun. You forgot nasty sicko, man. Absolutely sick, nasty, bad bitch. That's all I'm looking for. The trucker hitchhiker story, Jenna Ortega would nail that. Dude, hell yeah. Guys, can we get Jenna Ortega to collab with the channel, please, real quick? Thank you. Basement chemist who just got done shoplifting. That's my kind of lady. He was watching the pub doors like a hawk, and then suddenly, he started rolling down the window all frantically before he pointed the gun out the window, shouted something I couldn't make out, and pulled the trigger. One of the fellas who had just walked out of the pub hit the concrete like a Weck Sada spud. What the fuck was that? Jenna's a guest, and she's just sitting in there looking at the camera with her goofy glazed look. She also, for this episode, if she's going to collab with me, she has to shave her eyebrows, shave her mustache, and shave her head. Everything else she can let grow. Once the fellas who would have walked out of the pub, one of the fellas who, what am I doing? What am I freaking doing, dude? Dude, the frick. I realized she was enmeshed with her mom. What does that mean? Enmeshed. Enmeshed. Is a concept, psychology, psychotherapy, introduced by Salvador Minuchin, who describes families where personal boundaries are diffuse, subsystems undifferentiated, and overconcern for others leads to a loss of autonomous development. According to this hypothesis, by being enmeshed in parental needs, trapped in a discrepant role function, a child may lose their capacity for self-direction, their own distinctiveness under the weight of psychic incest, and if family pressures. Dude, every fucking psychologist is obsessed with incest. And if family pressures increase, may end up becoming the identified patient or family scapegoat. Dude, I'm not even joking when I say, like, most of psychology is literally no different than fucking space magic shit. Enmeshment was also used by John Bradshaw to describe a state of cross-generational bonding within a family whereby a child, usually of the opposite sex, becomes a surrogate spouse for their mother or father. Wait, so was she like abused or something? Is that what you're saying? I'm confused. What happened? The term sometimes applies to engulfing codependent relationships where a unhealthy symbiosis is in existence. Others suggest that for the toxically enmeshed child, the adult's carried feelings may be the only ones they know, outweighing and eclipsing their own. Are you sure you're talking about her, or are we talking about Ariana Grande when she was with that like creepy witch woman who looked like Nosferatu with her fucking claws and shaved head? Aren't they still together? Are they dating? Is that what it was? I thought they were just bros, but like in a very creepily way. Dude, I don't even know. Cause like at this point when it comes to like Hollywood shit, I would not be surprised if Ariana Grande's like life force is like slowly, meticulously being like, while she's like sort of a controlled in like a zombified state, she's just like slowly having everything about her possessed and sucked out of her. You know what I'm saying? Do you know what I'm actually saying though? Like in a like legitimate witch fucking demonic way. Like there's something about her that seems like she is being controlled by what was the demon from The Conjuring 2, the one that looked like a nun? Because that's kind of the vibes that I'm getting right now, is that she's in like her sick phase of her life where she has no idea that she's being controlled by external forces. And I don't know, there's something very, very odd about it. Like I would not be surprised in like a year or so now we come to find out that Ariana Grande has passed away of like some cardiac event, right? But in reality, she was just drained unto death. That's a reach? How is that a reach? I made it up in my head. How is that not true? Wuthering Heights is a new and several movie press store. Dude, I love it. My favorite thing about Hollywood people is how incredibly unrelatable they are. And I love when they tell me how to think and what to think at all times. And that they never for once have even an ounce of like self-reflection upon themselves to ponder whether or not they are actually the baddies. Emotionally, yes, Dad was checked out and her mom basically raised her as her surrogate child to a point where she had no autonomy. There was no I, it was always we, us. Well, I mean, that does make some sense, and especially if she was like utilized within the, because if you really sit there and think about it, because I believe, what's her name? Ortega Jenna was used as, she was a child actor, right? And it's like, if you're genuinely going to be one of those parents who goes and like takes your kid to child acting things, I mean, let's just be real. Is there not something like a little bit wrong with you to know what Hollywood is and then put your child like openly in a scenario in which they're essentially surrounded by not good people in an environment that demands like probably the most superficial, vapid expressions of, human characteristics possible? That whenever you sit there and do describe the idea of like, we have to do this and it's us, and if you don't do this right, Jenna, you will be, like that. I don't know. It seems very scary. And they all low-key kind of like come out of the Disney Channel like realm. To be fair, after her concert in the UK got blown up, she's been in the decline and willing to bet that's not a coincidence. Oh, that makes some sense, yeah. I got a casting call for Disney when I was a little, and I wanted to so bad, I'm glad my parents didn't allow it to be ruined. I mean, really think about it. Like, really genuinely think about how much your parents, like, saved you in that scenario, because it's not to say, like, if they weren't on top of it at all in all situations that you couldn't have been spared but still had, like, some degree of, like, professional career. But even just the environment in and of itself, it's like, it's a bad example of people to, like, you know, impart their values on the kids. That environment is just like so wildly, one, superficial, and two, just unhealthy to exist in Hollywood. When insane asylums come back, Ariana needs to be the first one admitted. I don't know, maybe that would save her, honestly, to get away from the demons. Regular people's life is already so critical, but being in the limelight is so wrong for kids. Yeah, 100%. I mean, you generally do. I mean, if you're not abused during that process, just the environment in itself is going to shape you into be something, of which probably leads to, like, drugs anyways, so, or whatever other fucking weird thing. She's just a cancer girly. True. One of the fellas who just walked out of the pub hit the concrete like a wet sack of spuds. Someone screamed, and then the guy in the back seat let out a scream of his own as he told me to drive. I obviously had to stay under the speed limit where possible, but it was tough with a gun pressed in the back of my head every so often, with its owner telling me that if I stopped for the police or took us down any dead ends, I'd be getting one to the back of the dome. And that lad directed me to drive all the way out towards Speke. Oh yeah, Brittany Murphy, damn dudes. I don't know, it's all just so sad, bro. Did you ever see, like, some of those, like, celebrity tweets? Did you ever see, like, Rainn Wilson's tweets from, like, 2011? Like, countless tweets of just, like, weird fucking shit that gets, like, deleted later. And you just have to, like, wonder to yourself, like, what the fuck is going on in Hollywood that they can just openly say some of the shit that they say? Speak. What's up, Buzzabelly? Can the YouTubers set a high amount or low amount on ads on their videos? I love yours because there are almost none, so I always wonder. Yeah, you basically the options you get is it automatically does pre-ads and post-ads, right? So that's just automatic. And then you can decide the number of ads that get run in the middle of your videos. And I always just set it to like 1 towards the end. So the, you know, the runtime of the video at least goes like for a solid 30 to 40 minutes before an ad plays, but I know most people use it for like ASMR stuff, so I try not to like disturb too much anymore. Every actor you met was very weird. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, just the idea that like you as like an adult, like as an adult man, like the idea in my head that I now, like if I was an actor, just like till you're what, 50, 55, 60, like you just always have to be around a bunch of like theater kids for the rest of your fucking life. You have to be into like whatever the current thing is. You have to espouse support of blah 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 shma shma shma, and then you also have to like low-key stay good looking, stay like you know what I mean? Just like, it's just, that is too much for like a person's psyche all throughout their life to constantly maintain a persona, to the point that that honestly, if you look at like Hollywood in some fashions, like just constantly playing pretend all the time with the idea of like upward mobility. I mean, theater kids are cool, but they're also weird as fuck too, especially with some of their shit. And like, I don't know, I don't think that's good for anybody's brain to be around all the time. Get off my, yeah, like an old person needs to be able to scream at kids to get off their lawn at some point. Justin, is that even your real face in the profile, or are you just constantly sharing some Spanish superstar? That's most likely it, huh? What if it's an AI person? You just have a really good AI typed in there, making headshots. It's a lizard person, that's fair too. The lad directed me to drive all the way out towards Speak to some of the derelict land near where the airport is today. He told me to get out of the car and then started emptying that can of petrol all over the seats after joining me outside. And that was the closest I had got to trying to do something when I realized that I was about to lose my car. I know that probably sounds horrible, seeing as I didn't do anything about him shooting that fella outside the pub, but I wasn't really in any position to do anything back then. Whereas watching him pour that gasoline with his back to me, I knew that there was a very slim chance that I'd be able to get the drop on him. But if I did, I was probably a dead man, and so I basically talked myself out of it. They're all pics of me. Oh, that's true. I forgot about that. My Hollywood career. My Hollywood headshots. You were a theater kid, never had any issues. No, I just mean like, how do I say this? Like in the current form of what it means to be a theater kid, especially in the realm of like Hollywood, there's no real you, if that makes sense. Like you might have had fun in high school, all that kind of shit, like sure. But in its current form, what it means to be like a theater kid, especially when you're pursuing acting and theater as like an adult, it's just a very abnormal energy to like maintain forever. Like you're always going to have like, not you, but like if you're in it, like you're always going to have to maintain some degree of fakery around the other theater kids to have, I'm not really sure, like basically not upset them so that you can fit in long enough to continue to like ride their mobility upward. And it just basically, you never actually know if anybody you're actually speaking to is their true self, unless you get them high on LSD and have sex in an orgy or something. Yeah, you're always existing in a state of performance. No, that's my tactic. Yeah, I'm just projecting, honestly. Jolston. If me and Justin did like the Dragon Ball fusion dance. Everyone performs to a certain degree. I agree. But I just think in that realm, it's almost like you have to do it all the time. And it's just, I'm just like, I don't know. But if I didn't, I was a dead man. And so I basically talked myself out of it in my head and then watched as he set my car on fire and then ran off into the darkness. I just remember feeling numb. Less than an hour before, I hadn't even received the job yet. And then just a short while after parking outside that house and just a short while after parking outside that house to pick them up, my life had been changed forever. We obviously didn't have any phones back then, so I couldn't just call the police with a mobile like I would now. I had to walk all the way to a payphone, which took quite a while before I could contact the police, and only then could I give them any details. All I wanted to do was go home, get in the bath, and crack open one of the beers that I had waiting for me in the fridge. But the police wanted me to wait where I was so I could guide them to where my car had been dumped. It honestly didn't take all that long, and I'm grateful the police got out to me so fast, but the last thing in the world I wanted to do was go back to where my car was still smoldering and repeat my story for a second time. But I had to, because the most important thing was making it really bloody clear that my part in the murder was an unwilling one, and I did that by giving them as much info as possible on the man that had done the shooting. But when they asked if I'd be willing to appear in a court at a later date, I told them no. Call me a coward, but to me, you'd have to be a mental. A mental. I either watch Joel or Kit Boga. What's Kit Boga talk about? The Monopoly man had a monocle. I know what I saw. You've seen him? What is sad is you have to tone it down with certain people because you're too much for them. Yeah, it's, yeah. Fuck 'em, who cares, right? I can't believe I'm drinking dirt. Animation homework? That's cool. Do you have anything on your page? AV Studios official. Let's... Oh, dang. Ross Ogre with the 1 month. Kit Boga does the Lord's work. Okay, nice. Yeah, someone said he, catches scammers or something like that. You love me? Love you too. Good to see you guys. Am I still drinking it? Yeah, I just don't have any other choice because I need to get the materials that exist within the soot. But I can't go back up and make another, or I'd be wasting time. Literally dirt. I'm drinking frickin' dirt. Literal root beer, but with extra root. Your next venture is author. What should I write? Probably something with gay vampires and werewolves or something. I'll narrate it. Call me a coward, but to me, you'd have to be mental to testify against some gangster in this city. Maybe if I was in London or New York or somewhere like that, but not Liverpool, because everyone knows everyone round here. And they said that I might get asked again if murder detectives were put on the case and they found someone they wanted to charge. But the fact that I never got that call is the only proof that I need that they didn't catch anyone. I remember I used to have nightmares about it too. Proper horrible ones, because nowadays I used to have nightmares about it too. Proper horrible ones as well. But nowadays I just have these dreams. Not quite nightmares, but still clear enough for me to remember when I wake up in the morning. And sometimes in those dreams I do what I wanted to do in the moment and beg the killer to reconsider. But no matter what I say and no matter how I say it, he never, ever listens. Are you there, God? Are you there? I just want to ask you that when we go to Blockbuster today, I really hope they have Grand Theft Auto Vice City. What a blessing that would be. Almost enough to make me want to go to church this Sunday, yeah? I'll even sing. I bet. Who knows? I guess we'll see when I get there. Oh, shite. Okay, guys. I'm gonna read the outro now. And then I'm gonna go shower. Amen. Boo, who authorized this? I know. 4 hours is definitively one of the shortest streams I've ever done in my life. I'm standing here with my maid's outfit on and nobody to appreciate it. But it's my, it's my work uniform. Hey, do you guys think? Do I think? I don't know. But can you guys think of something funny for me to say at the end? Stay and play with you. I guess I did say I would watch scary story comps, but Do I do that? Do we watch scary story videos, guys? Maybe I should watch some scary story videos. Alright. Alright, you don't have to ask me Alright, ask me a few more times. Okay, but can you guys think of something funny for me to say at the end here? Quickly now. Hey friends, thanks for listening. Click that notification bell to be alerted of all future narrations. I release new videos every Monday and Thursday at 9 p.m. Eastern Time, and there are super fun live streams on Sundays and Wednesday nights. If you got a story, be sure to submit them over at my email at letsreadsubmissions@gmail.com, and you might even hear your own story featured on the next video. And if you want to support me even more, grab early access to all future narrations and bonus content over on Patreon, or click that big join button to hear about the extra perks for members of the channel. And check out the Let's Read podcast, where you can hear all of these stories and big compilations located anywhere you listen to podcasts. I also have a true crime channel called Saturn Soul. All links in the description below. Thanks so much, friends. And remember, the beacons are lit. Gondor calls for aids. Oh wait, no, we don't want that. Remember, I guess. I cast itchy balls. Gollum voice. My precious. No. Gondor calls for aid. What goes around comes around, so watch your behind. And remember, guys, you can't type. It's gotta be funny. You guys type in like nihilistic philosophies. Okay. It was your 60th birthday, Kim. Happy birthday. Tarantulas do bite. Okay, maybe that one. Thanks so much, friends. And remember, tarantulas do bite. Okay. Bing bong schlong smong dong long zhong. We are gonna watch some spooky tapes. Are you guys ready for this stuff? We're gonna end this poll so you're not distracted. We're gonna leave up the true crime video. We're gonna make this full screen. Okay. And then reactions, gaming, reactions. Is it this one? No, yeah. Let's zoom back a tad. Oh, you know what? I should get cozy real quick. I can move this mic out of the way. That's the mic stand making that noise. We're gonna get proper scared. Proper fucking scared. And then... Okay. You guys ready? Actually, gotta go to sleepies now. Been a pleasure, you all. See you, Nene. Take care.
On December 7th of 2025, a father named Steven uploads a video showing security footage of his bedroom. What concerns him about this video is the fact that his daughter often plays here alone, and something else. As of recent, he and his family have been keeping their distance from this room, and it has to do with the video recording that Steven took of their bedroom door. According to Steven, he was alone in his room when he saw the door moving on its own.
WD-40, yeah, just like a rusty stand. Alright. Creepy door, check. This is Bizarre Bub, if anybody's wondering. This is honestly what I have to... Oh, shit. Oh, no way! That's... Okay, that's actually maximal... See, that's kind of fun. It might be fun to be a ghost just to, like, troll people.
And halts by itself before suddenly closing shut. But just
Thanks for hanging out. Hey, no worries.
The lights go out.
Look at that.
Now, what makes
and
this
then it
really
closes the door really
unsettling is that
fast.
we don't just hear the lights going off, but eerily, we see it too.
He's like, fuck you. That's literally like Big Brother
It's
activities
the
right
flip
there.
Of the switch followed by the closing door. That
Flipping
makes
the light
think
off
this
and-
wasn't some random incident
and trapping
caused by a
your
draft
sibling
or
inside the
anything
room.
like that, but rather by something else. If no one by the doorway had flipped the switch, then what did? Now, after watching this
Then what
video,
the fuck
one can see why
did?
Steven doesn't like being alone here. However, this wouldn't be the only footage to convince many that something weird is going on with this bedroom. In another video taken before this, Steven noticed something that he hadn't seen at first. One night, while Steven was playing with his daughter,
Bye,
he
Joel. Let's
captures
read. Have a
this.
food day. Thank you, child dog.
Okay.
Bye, Ollie.
Are you sure?
Those curtains.
Okay. That one hurt.
She's gonna do a fucking flip.
Okay, you want me to make buckets now?
Yeah.
Let's do it.
I'm gonna catch it.
Oh, you want to catch it and then put it?
Okay.
Okay.
Oh!
Yeah.
The hell was that?
Yeah.
Dude, I knew it. I fucking knew
Oh, you
it.
want to catch it and
Watch
then
this
put
shit.
Okay.
it? Okay. Oh. Yeah. Yeah. Yay!
Which literally would be impossible because
Steven didn't notice it at
assumedly
first,
those
but for a
curtains
split
are
second, one of the
inside.
slats opens up before closing
So it's like two
immediately.
fingers like
Only a
peeking
single
through,
slat
right?
raises up momentarily, just enough to suggest that someone was peeking through.
But you'd only
that
be able to
wouldn't
do
be
that from the
possible, because
inside.
according to Steven,
So
this
doing it from
room
the
is on
outside is like
second
really
floor.
creepy.
There's no possible way somebody can just come
Oh
in here
my god.
and move the blinds.
It's because of this fact that makes what happens next that
Nope,
much more
nope,
unsettling. Take a look.
Yeah. Yay!
Yippee!
Yeah! You want the small one?
Yeah.
Here you go.
Yeah, I'll take it.
Oh, oh,
This is too.
sorry. It's too small, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, you got it.
Ooh, dude, what the frick? Just like
No,
quickly
almost.
closes.
I mean,
Dude, what are
You
ghosts
hit
even
SpongeBob.
doing all day? They're just peeking in windows
yeah.
like perverts.
Last one. 3.
Now, as if things couldn't get any creepier, Steven points out something that makes this whole occurrence
Yeah, literally.
even more
What if they're not? What if the
terrifying.
ghost isn't even looking at them? He's just like guarding them, but being a nosy neighbor.
Just tell me what you see.
Oh, you got it.
There are no fingers. There are no fingers in the middle of this.
Not a single finger.
Nobody's moving the blinds.
He's
Already
creepier
strange
looking
enough
than the
that the room is
ghost.
on the second floor.
He's a
Not sure
beautiful
what exactly was at the
stallion.
window or what had switched off the lights in his most recent video. Steven can't help but think that something
Yeah, this is an
paranormal
ad.
had taken place.
An ad for Bizarre
Both he and
Bub.
his family continue to share stories of creepy experiences they've had in this room, but so far, no new footage of anything strange has been captured. Like most videos, this one remains a mystery.
Yeah, we need Subway Surfers on the side. He kind of got in the background with the purple shit.
Now, this next video comes from a restaurant that's based in Arizona, where apparently something strange was caught on camera inside its storage room.
What do you think
One
of
night,
Slapped
as
Ham?
employees were
I've
serving
collabed with
customers
Slapped Ham in the
front,
past. He's
something
cool.
downright creepy
I just
occurred in the back.
maybe I should watch his
It was
instead.
only after Cameron,
I think
a
they all
staff member
kinda
at
use the same
eatery,
videos,
saw the
don't they?
footage and showed everyone else that less workers started coming to this area. The following is what they
Dude,
saw.
that would suck to work somewhere where the shit's fucking
Look at that.
haunted.
Right there. No, wait, it gets better. It gets
I
better.
need a
That's not
Reddit
it.
divorce story in the background, yeah.
Look up here.
I could read one for you guys.
What is that?
Basically, my wife took all my Funko Pops.
Remember the bar this morning, Susan?
What am I gonna
That-
do with
that demon
myself?
rabbit from hell? No, wait. Look.
If you were burned down a
Is that a
haunted house
face
out
right
of
there,
spite,
guys?
will anything happen other
No,
than
look,
an
look,
arson
guys,
charge?
It just moved. It's watch it.
Oh,
Put
shit.
your eyes on it.
What happened?
See? See? I told you.
Wait, where? What happened?
I know, right?
What moved?
I think it's pretty cool, actually.
Was it like something in the reflection?
On the surface of this fridge, a face can be seen.
Oh, a
And what's
face.
creepier is that it doesn't just
Ew.
stay in place, but also moves
Oh
around.
my god, dude, that's creepy
Almost
as
as if
shit.
knowing it's being watched, it turns its head towards the camera as if to say, I see you.
Oh, I
But
see
that's not
you.
all, because just then, the face disappears. While the restaurant has already seen plenty of weird stuff around here before, it's this video in particular that has them the most spooked. And understandably so,
God, dude,
especially
what the hell's going
considering
on?
that a few months back, another
I never
strange
really can
incident was
understand. We
caught
can
on
watch so many of
camera.
these people and like
On
some
this
people are
particular
just
night, it was closing time
not
at the
big
restaurant when a
fans of
staff
ghosts.
member noticed the emergency exit at the back was left open.
Like
As
they
he
just
says,
all think it's
he was
fake, but I feel
walking
like it's gotta be
cautiously towards the
something,
exit
right?
door when he felt a sudden tap on his shoulder.
Excuse me. You know where the bathroom is? You're gonna go, oh shit! Oh, wait! Oh my god, did you see that? Well, I guess I'll show it. It literally looked like a hand landed on his fucking shoulder
Seeing
like
no
a
one else
bug.
around, it makes no sense for this to have appeared. To the
Oh
worker,
my
this had to be
God.
the thing, or perhaps the hand
Did it like
that
pick
touched
up his shirt?
shoulder.
Or was the
quality
hand
of the footage
landing?
makes it hard to tell, but there's no denying that
He
something
had a ghost
appears
encounter?
close
What
to his
happened?
neck before it goes away, whatever it was.
Oh my
He
God,
felt
dude.
it. Now the employees who've seen this cannot figure out what this was. Cameron, who shared this video, thinks there's no other explanation except for the restaurant being haunted. There have been more than a few times where something unexplainable occurred here, but despite these two videos
Do you have
and all the
anything gray
others,
I can
it's
poop
the
on?
following footage he shares that I think is perhaps the freakiest. It was late at night when a staff member
Here we
began to
go.
record the
Lock
fridge
in.
inside the storage room. According to him, he thought he saw someone's reflection in the fridge, as if somebody was
Ew,
standing
dude.
just out
Oh
of
my
view.
God, that would freak
But
me
what's
the
odd
fuck out.
is that no one was in the back.
I generally don't think I could ever handle any sort of like ghost thing at all. It would all be over at that point. What's he see?
What's tripping?
Is this shit peeking? Is something peeking? Let me get a closer look.
What is that?
What is he seeing?
Nah, man.
Oh, the door. Wait, what is happening? What is he seeing?
Nah, man. What the
Is it like some? Oh my God! It is. It's like someone standing. It's someone reflecting, standing. Oh my God! That's fucking weird. Dude, reflections are like cursed. Ah!
While looking at something that frankly might be due to pareidolia, this happens. A broken locker
He's
door swings
recording
open
it.
all the way. It flies open right when he gets close, despite appearing fully shut. Had he just taken a few more steps forward,
I remember I
things
used
could have
to
ended very
homemade-
badly for him.
Homemade
Luckily,
this
that doesn't
for elderly
happen,
woman with
but
dementia.
still, even with
And then
no
before I
injuries
experienced sleep
sustained,
paralysis, I
the
had a
scare
long
itself left an
sleep
impact.
paralysis is terrifying.
It is weird that he thought he saw
So
a
would
face in the
evacuate his
fridge,
death
but
bowels if he saw.
again,
I
it could have
generally
just been
might, dude. Like, you know how like when people
Yet
die,
seeing the
they
video
shit
before
themselves
where a face
with
appears,
everything.
which happens to be
I
on
think
the
that
same
would be me,
fridge,
but
makes
like
you
still
wonder
alive
if
a
he
little bit.
actually saw something before. Perhaps, like the rest of the video seemed to show,
But now
it's
just
not
covered
the whole
in
restaurant
poop.
that's haunted. Maybe it's just the kitchen area. But whether haunted or not, I'll let you come up with your own
Dude,
conclusions.
I'll be honest. The fact
What
that all of
exactly
those,
is going
all
on
of
at
those
this
like pretty
restaurant?
solid piece of evidence, stem from the same fucking place, same storage area. That's
Joey Wilson is a
Kinda
father
seems
who
legit.
lives in Sacramento, California,
What up,
where
Joey?
he and his family have been happily living for the
God,
past few years.
this kid's
But
possessed.
not everything has been entirely pleasant at home. Things between him and a quote-unquote neighbor have gotten very strange. According to Joey, there's an old lady who keeps
According
peeking
to
at him through his
Joski.
bushes in the backyard.
Ew.
She often appears in this area, just staring at him from
Ew,
a
ew,
distance.
ew.
Now he's already called
When I was
police to
little, I
remove
used
this
to play
person from his
quarter on the
property,
washer
as
on
he
my
believes
aunt,
it could
my
have been an
uncle's
elderly
back porch.
person
Then
who
I'd
was lost
shut
and
the door,
confused.
count to
But
10.
when police came,
When I opened
they
the door and
couldn't
went
find
back, the
anyone,
quarter would
let
be
alone any
moved.
traces
That's-
of a person who was hiding.
That is creepy.
If no one was there, then how is it that Joey was able to record a face hiding in the bushes? Take a look.
Oh, Jesus Christ. It's Bigfoot. It's gonna be Bigfoot, 100%. Never heard of an ugly ghost? Dude, we've seen some fucking...
Look at that face.
Right there, there's a fucking ugly ghost.
God.
Oh my God. I think that's just a homeless woman, but... Wait.
Dude, how scary is that?
That's something right the fuck there, right?
God, dude.
What the fuck?
What the She's crawling through all this bro.
Wait.
The supposed old lady
It seems
that
like
Joey
it's
keeps
it's
seeing
like
in his
face only
backyard
exists
is
within that
briefly seen on
short,
camera,
like
but if
little
you look
squared
closely,
area.
Something about her seems
Like
a
it
bit
doesn't seem
off.
to.
It's the way she appears that might be the reason why so many think this wasn't a stranger, but instead
Ew,
something
man.
else. Whether it's the pale
It's
complexion
definitively
or
an
the
old lady,
unnatural
but like
movement of this figure,
it seems
Joey
like it
has
doesn't
found
really move
necessary to
beyond
build
that
a
like
fence
little
in front of the
square
bushes where it keeps
space
showing
of
up.
space
But
within the
even with
bush.
the barrier set up, the visitations haven't stopped. Because recently,
Studio
in a photo
Ghibli
that Joey
witch.
snapped, what looks like an arm can be seen resting on a branch where the old lady was spotted. Now apparently,
God, he
some
sounded
say
scared
that a face
there.
can also be seen here, but personally, I don't really see
Did he-
where the old lady was spotted.
Does he not sound like
But
he's like
even with the
scared
barrier
here for a
set up,
second?
the visitations haven't stopped. Because recently, in a photo that Joey snapped, what looks like an arm can be seen resting on a branch where the old lady was spotted.
where the
Now,
old lady
apparently,
was
some
spotted.
say that a face can
I don't
also
know,
be
it's
seen
kinda
here,
funny.
but personally, I don't really see anything else.
Where do they see the
While
face
it could
at?
just be a case of pareidolia, there's no way that the same can
Okay,
be said about
this
video.
here is so strange because
Clearly, something
like
was
her
moving.
face doesn't really
And as
extend
Joey
to these
and many
other
others
parts.
think,
Well,
something
maybe a
about
little
it just
bit.
didn't feel right.
Maybe it's literally just a
Perhaps
fucking
night
homeless
refuel
chick.
would be the best way to
Ew,
describe
man,
what was
dude, he should have
captured.
bum rushed her ass. Then at least she would know. Spotted.
Recorded in March of 2023, footage of a house undergoing construction was shared online after something in it happened that terrified the person who caught this. That person is known as Deaf Paddler, and if you couldn't guess by his nickname, he was born deaf.
He's throwing up gang signs.
Now, even though he's unable to hear, he's still able to work. And by work, I mean work. One look at his social media, and you'll find videos of him either building a kayak from scratch or working on a property
I
undergoing
promised
major
you whenever she
construction.
would sleep, that's when the
But if you
demon
keep
would
looking,
not have
you'll
hold
find
of
a
her
video
and
that's
taunt me
entirely
and make
different
strange
from the
noises in the
rest.
house.
On March 10th
But
of
she had her
2023,
insomnia, there's no
Deaf Paddler
unexplainable.
uploads a video describing a
That's so
property
sad
he's
to think,
currently
like, you get
remodeling.
older and,
Although
like,
no words are said, you can
Demons
tell
just
that he's
torture
freaked out.
old people. Okay, I think he's saying some actually I think I know more than what those captions say. He's saying some bad stuff. Avert your eyes, guys.
Now,
He's
Deaf Paddler goes on to show the
freestyling.
rest of the house, but it's while doing so that things get very strange. This is what he caught.
Big, and it felt creepy and weird all around. She had big old hunkers. All the downstairs to the basement.
Wait, is this one of those ones where the things like run up the steps at him? What did he say happened? Does anyone speak ASL? Oh shit! Get the fuck
Recording
out of
in the
there!
basement, a chair suddenly moves forward, but it doesn't just move.
I
in
guess
any
they couldn't have-
direction.
the ghost couldn't have did a
Rather,
sound.
It slides towards Deaf Paddler, who promptly rushes out in a panic frenzy. Like someone offering a seat, the chair becomes immediately
I think it's so far and
available, but it's
funny
the
and
way it
bizarre, Bub, when he
vigorously
just
advances
uses like
towards
still
it that paints a
frames in
totally different
between.
picture. As it
He's got a
seems,
still frame
his
of a
presence
chair,
there was unwanted.
still frame of a
From
guy
working on this
running up
house that was
steps,
built in 1949 to
still
seeing
frame of
this,
just an old
it's
lady.
no mystery why Deaf Paddler is convinced that something supernatural had taken place here.
In case you were wondering, this shit really
Now,
does
there are
spook
plenty
me.
of videos where pareidolia seems
Wonder
to
if,
explain the
Bizarre
supposed
Bub has any,
paranormal thing
like,
we see from a distance, but every
weird
so
stuff
often,
happened to him.
that
What the
explanation
fuck?
doesn't quite hold up.
That's Sue
On
Squooch.
December 6th of 2025, a
Oh,
strange
I've
video was
seen this
posted
one,
by a
bro.
man who thought he
Bro,
was
I
just
legit
seeing
have
things.
seen this one.
It
This
was
one's
shared
weird
on a
as shit.
social account, which primarily consists of
This
places
was
that
like
he's
this popped
traveled
up during
and
like some
family videos.
ufology
This clip,
alien
however,
shit.
is neither of those.
You guys
Molina
have to tell
says
me
that
if
he
this
took
looks like a
video
fucking
way back
alien.
When he was waiting inside a hospital, as he was waiting, he heard a loud noise come from outside. He thought it came from the car that was parked out front, so he takes a closer look and notices something in the passenger seat. But that's strange, because as it seems, this vehicle has been abandoned for quite some time.
It's PETA as a
Watch closely.
tree. He's hiding in there. This is one of the funniest parts of the movie. Currently in the Metro Hospital, we heard a loud noise. We turn around because we saw who's entering. Obviously, there's no one there. Holy shit, you see it? In the passenger seat? The big white arrow will help you in case you don't. What the fuck? Dude, I thought before I saw this video it looked more like a gray alien, but this shit looks like a full-on creepazongo. Flejo? Ew, dude, it's like... it's like pulling back. That looks like a woman this time or some shit. I would never get in my car again. Ew, dude. Dude, this is probably the craziest collection of fucking ghost shit we've seen on this channel in a while. He is getting closer. Is he psycho? Why is he... Oh, I thought it was just gonna be there. Hello. God damn. Tyler the Creator and Whiteface, yeah. when he's like on the golf course.
Nadie.
Nah. The dog's like, what the fuck? I was just in there chilling.
Montón.
Montón.
Es un montón. Mierda.
Gigante. Balloon following the camera. Yeah, I remember that one. It was like going upstairs, or yeah, it was just down the hallways and stuff. The funny thing, I was like 6 weeks pregnant. Like it was, ew, it's back, dude. What the fuck? Pulls back and it's like, okay, I'm good now. Dude, what is going on with the spirit world? Have we investigated this? Can we weaponize this? Oh my god, the fact that it like moves around. It literally kind of looks like the old lady in the fucking tree. Ew, man, what the fuck? Do ghosts have to look so creepy all the time?
No.
That's psycho. They better do a jump scare, IRL. Oh, what the fuck? They did it. Literally did a jump scare. What the fuck is going on,
Perhaps
bro?
thinking that someone was messing with him, he takes a closer look at the vehicle, but as he checks all around, he finds no one. If anyone was pulling a prank on him, the backseat would have been a convenient space to hide in. Yet, as we see, the space is clear. So understandably, Molina walks away, now feeling more scared. He takes another look, and out of nowhere, the face shows up again. Only this time, more terrifying than before. Freaked out, Molina ends the recording and shares the video on his page. It's the only recent video on there, which for some reason doesn't have much info or any context. But with or without it, this video
Just
is
him in
still
a
pretty
thong.
creepy. As with all videos,
Watch Chills
let me know
next.
your thoughts on this one.
You're gonna fucking lose your shit
If
when
you
you
caught
see this
something
next
creepy on
one.
camera, or if there's any
Is
ghost
it
videos
over?
you'd like
No,
me
we
to
got
check
one more.
out and include in the next compilation,
Number
you can
one.
send them over to scaryvideos444@gmail.com. That being said, let's get back to the video.
This is what I'm saying, bro. Like, all of you guys could make a fucking YouTube channel. This is what you're competing with here. Not trying to put him down or anybody, myself down or anybody, but it's like scaryvideos444@gmail, and he uses stock footage images. Like, you guys got this. If you want to be a YouTuber, you can start tomorrow.
In the following video, a man named May Rosette moves into a new apartment, unaware that his first night staying there would be a terrifying experience. In July of 2023, Rosette makes a video after multiple nights of seeing and hearing things in his new place. It's become so frequent that he felt the need to document what was
Pennywise
happening.
giving the
Maybe,
goatsy.
as he believes, people would offer advice on how to stop the strange activity if they saw it. So he begins to record.
Okay, so this is my apartment, guys. So I moved here in around July, and at least I think around it was like last week I moved in, and half of it's fake, but it looked like white ghostly. I don't know what it is, but very weird. It was
I remember the
weird.
creepiest
Then
one
all of a
was
sudden,
those guys were streaming and that like
It's just crazy.
Nosferatu shadow passed behind the guy on it. Oh my god, as he's talking about it.
Oh snap! What the heck? What the heck?
Oh snap, what the heck?
Hello?
Hello, it's me, Mr. Ghost. Oh my god.
What the heck?
What the heck?
Y'all see that?
What the motherfucking heck?
Man, that thing drove by itself, and there's no wind dragging nothing. Look at the fan, look at that fan.
What is he
fan.
saying?
What the heck? I saw that, right?
It's like 15
This is what I'm talking
octaves
about, it goes by
higher.
itself. Nobody there.
Oh my god.
The freak is wrong with this?
What the freak is wrong with this? This is a
And
well-behaved
to me,
gentleman.
Now, sometimes, I ain't gonna lie, but the air ain't on.
What the
It
heck?
usually come on, but goodness gracious, that was just weird. But this is what I'm talking about. And then 2 days ago, I decided, because I didn't get no videos from last week.
While talking about previous experiences, his door abruptly opens, and this happens while talking about a figure that he saw.
Wait, this
in the
can't be
corner
the
of his
final
room.
video, right?
Whether
Because I think he organizes it by
he was
spooky.
still spooked, as there was no way that his door could have opened unless there was a draft caused by a ceiling fan. But as he shows us,
Yeah, he's the most
it's
polite.
off.
Even the
While it
ghost
could
was
be
like,
the
I
case
can't
that
be
he
mean to this
actually
guy.
caught something paranormal, it's still not strong enough to support his claims that his place is extremely haunted as he says it is. But one night, he captures this.
Debunked.
After setting up a camera
Oh
pointing
shit,
at his
here it
hallway,
comes.
Rosette records something
Have
overnight
you guys seen that one video where the
completely shakes him
tweaker is
up.
singing Amazing Grace in
Suffice
the
to
gutter?
say, staying
I have not
here
seen
was
that,
no
no.
longer an option for him. Take a look.
I feel like the most wild one we saw was where that whole apartment complex was fucking haunted. Holy shit, what's that? I don't like the sound of this already. Ooh, you see the head on the left side? That's a fucking alien, bro. That's a fuck, dude, there's aliens everywhere. They're demons. I know it. A video on YouTube from 2012 told me that, and I've never forgotten it.
Now it's hard to see at first, but if you look closely, you can see something moving in the dark.
There's your
It
jump scare.
appears on the right side of the apartment, almost as a white speck.
That's the thing about
It's
normal
there,
ghosts
but
is
then
that,
moments
like,
later, it's not.
they don't really operate
Here's
on
a
jump
side-by-side
scares, it seems
comparison
like.
to see the difference. Looking at both images, it seems
Nothing?
like someone
A
or
little bit of something.
had been inside Rosette's place. To him,
God, dude,
this
they're
was the
always so
shadow figure
fast
that
as
kept
well.
showing up at night, especially near his room. And now he's caught it on camera. But unfortunately, not many
Ew,
people have
man.
seen this video, which perhaps is the reason why he hasn't continued to post or share any updates
Dude, they
on
got
the
him.
situation.
They got
It's been
Rosette.
2 years now, and these 2 videos are the only footage on his account.
Is that it? No way. This guy.
Thanks for
my
watching.
God. Wait, that was the final one? Damn. Shit. Unlucky. Anyways. That was fun, right, guys? This'll debrief us. Dude, sometimes after you see spooky shit, like if you put this on and you want to watch Heated Rivalry, let's do it. If you put this on and you go into a fucking haunted house with like some sound canceling headphones, just absolutely locked in, like there's nothing that can touch you. I think music might actually be the cure to all hauntings. Ready? We're getting de-spookified. Ready. Ayo, ayo. Bomba klar! Yo. Come on. Alright. Honestly, this music sounds kind of spooky too. Anyway, guys, thanks for hanging out. Appreciate you guys letting me watch something with you. But thanks for chilling. Thanks for hanging out. I'm gonna get this up and edited over on Patreon. It's only $1 a month over there for early access, man, to all the good shit before everyone else hears it in the day. Otherwise, same time, same place, 9 p.m. EST for all new YouTube videos. New podcast is out. Let's Read podcast. If you like better quality, longer versions, you can listen over there. As well as the Saturn Soul True Crime YouTube channel. New video out on that every 2 weeks on Tuesdays, I believe. Gay. Yeah, it's a gay channel. Anyways, you guys rock. Thank you. Follow me on Instagram at letsread.official. And I will see you. We gotta hear this next one though. This is an officially gay channel.
Everything I'm about to tell you is considered cut, black,
This is a gay beat.
USAC intercepted a radio transmission from the decaying orbit around Neptune. The source of this transmission has been identified as the Event Horizon.
Let's read, ladies. Yo, yo. I'm on so much fucking acid, dude. I haven't drank water in over 3 years. I'm worried I'm gonna jerk off, my cock's gonna fall off. Whoa. DJ. All right. See you guys.